Woo! Good morning, people. Yes. Good morning, people. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody is ready for today's events. Hopefully this doesn't take as long as the last time we had this Dr. Russell voir dire hearing. But I was watching Seeking Justice with Tom and Mike. And again, folks, as always, make sure stop what you're doing right now. Give Tom and Mike a like. I just dropped a link in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. I know that there are other channels such as Seeking Justice with Boston Mike and Tom CPU that are streaming the hearing. I know Melanie Little is streaming the hearing. I think even Brother Counsel is streaming the hearing. And I'm interested to know what he has to say about it. So I'm not gonna like snipe his stream, but I might go over it later. I might go over it later because I'm really interested to know what he has to say as well as Melanie Little. So if you're interested in legal insights on this case happening in real time, you can go over, watch them, and then catch me on the replay. No hard feelings there. The idea here is to educate yourselves, and if you're going to get the best possible insight from educated people who are versed well in the law, then I would recommend doing that. But yes, I am going to be streaming it here too. Christy, I will be streaming it here too. And you can catch them on the replay if you want, whatever. But I do recommend that you watch them. Now, I do have, let's see. Here we go. Now, we are good to go. We are underway. Soon. But I don't think this was this today? Huh. Yeah, this doesn't look like it was today. Because yeah, this is just a bunch of shit playing in a loop over and over again. Hold on. So I guess this is just until they go live.
13-year-old, she goes to Leominster schools. Now we're learning from Leominster police that both police and fire, they responded here just after 6 o'clock last night to the area of Sack Boulevard.
Damn, that's
the
terrible.
Market Basket area.
Oh my God.
Report of a pedestrian struck. They say that they discovered that it was a juvenile victim who had been hit by a 2018 white Chevrolet Silverado registered out of Maine. That driver, they stayed on the scene. That teenager, she was taken to UMass Memorial Health Alliance Hospital Leominster campus with critical injuries, but was pronounced dead at a a short time after. Now, police say that the driver is cooperating with this investigation. They also had several witnesses who saw this and who they got statements from. This investigation continues to be ongoing. For now, live in Leominster, Ryan Breslin for your local station.
Let's do that real quick. Let's just do that real quick. We'll check the other. Let's try Boston. Good old Boston 10. They got nothing going on live, I don't think. Let's try Boston 25. And they look like they're live here. No, it's not on their YouTube channel, Cherry. So I mean, it says watch live, so yeah, that's just what they had before. All right. So let's, in the meantime, while we wait for this, what's up, Microdots? Good to see you, buddy. I'll find something. Court TV, YouTube, or Court TV Live. Let's see. Dude. This asshole.
Hank Brennan certainly plays a large role in that. But for context, you also have to remember it was almost unprecedented how Dr. Russell became involved in this case. It appeared that she was at home in California, was watching the trial, and decided she'd like to be
Okay,
a part
I've
of
got
this.
it here. Let's listen to these assholes. They haven't started yet, but I have it ready to go here.
So the government really didn't have time to vet her qualifications as someone that should be able to offer testimony regarding this subject matter. Hank Brennan's had a chance to look at it, I presume, to read the transcripts, to read her testimony, and to look at her qualifications, or in this case,
I have to look at her qualifications.
And what he's saying to the court is two things, right? The subject matter, it's questionable whether or not it's the proper subject matter to be put forth before the jury, but even if it is, this is not the right expert to do it. It's a big difference between treating dog wounds and dog bites, things that have been reported as dog bites, versus forensically diagnosing an unknown injury as a dog bite. And I think we're seeing that. She's already changed her opinion from the trial to her testimony
This
on a
guy
direct examination
is
at the
an
beginning of the voir dire hearing a couple weeks ago.
Joe, thank you for all of that. All of that is so important. So the refresher you just gave us, she wasn't a planned witness from the start. So thank you for that she saw the...
Julie Grant's like, thank you for that. Thank you for that, because, you know, that really helps my bullshit narrative. Thank you for that.
So, yeah, I really appreciate how you broke that down as well, Joe, that we have a subject matter question of whether this is even proper when we know the facts show that there was no canine DNA on his body. Should we even be talking about a dog bite? You're right. That's question number one, hurdle number one.
They didn't test his body for canine DNA, you dolt. They tested a swab that could have swabbed anything, but was told was swabbed his shirt. But we don't even know if the fucking swab even touched his shirt. So you don't even know what you're talking about, lady. Shut up.
Right. So I agree with Joseph completely. You know, Julie, this is very straightforward as regarding these wounds on John O'Keefe's arm. It is not a dog bite. As I said from the very beginning, you just have to look at it, break it down forensically, look at the striations, which were made by claws of a scavenger animal, not a dog. This could not have been done by a domestic dog, whether it was a German Shepherd or a French Bulldog. It's just not possible. So when you
How is it not
understand bite
possible?
pressure of different animals, the number.
So this asshole is an experienced canine guy, right? And he's sitting here saying that it's not possible that those are dog bites, without telling you how it's not possible that those are dog bites. That's fucking fascinating.
You don't need other circumstantial facts. Just look at the marks. I think
Right.
a layman, when it's described properly, you'll see that this is not a dog. Everybody has a dog. And doctors and ERs wouldn't even see this because it's not an ER case. They would.
This guy's really trying to push a narrative here, because everyone who looks at that, nobody looks at that and goes, oh, that could be a taillight. No, everybody who fucking looked at that I know of with any common sense at all whatsoever, which is most people that have looked at those pictures, looked at that and was like, that looks like a dog. It looks like a dog attack. I don't know for sure if it is, but it looks like a dog attack. It at least looks like it. And this guy's going to, well, even a layman would tell you that don't even look like dog bites. What? This is just great. Julie Grant.
That you put forth, Lieutenant. So just wanted to underscore that. Joe Krowski, I want to go back to you, please. Wondering how problematic or not you see the fact that this woman was allowed to come in and testify in this trial prior to defendant Karen Reed's first
Look
trial.
at how she
No
talks
court had
about her.
ever allowed
This woman. They allowed this woman to come in and testify like she's this horrible person. Like she's this villain.
It's going to be a problem with the exclusion, Joe.
I do. Look, I guess every expert has to have their
Okay,
first
why don't
case
you guys
someplace,
shut the
right?
fuck up?
And I think Judge Cannoni, look, there's a lot of detractors and people think that she has exhibited some sort of bias to the prosecution. This is just a clear-cut example of the opposite. I think she's going out of her way to make sure that Karen Reed has a robust.
Okay, shut up.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, is Dr. Russell in the courtroom? So why don't we have Dr. Russell take the stand?
Yeah, like this guy who like trained police dogs trying to say that Dr. Russell wasn't
Good morning,
qualified.
Doctor.
Like we listened. Only these assholes would tell you that she's not qualified after you heard her resume take all day to explain. There's Nick Rocco back there.
Good morning. Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinions have changed between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing. Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like most likely a dog?
No.
Let me remind you. In the
This
voir
guy
dire,
is lying right out of the
do
gate.
you remember the court asking you what kind of animal What kind of animal caused the wound? And you said most likely a dog, a large dog. Yes, you may.
I mean, he's splitting hairs here. She can't
Counsel,
say
page 51, line 18.
definitively because she wasn't there. Based on my
May I approach, Your
experience,
Honor?
yes, that's most likely a large dog.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it yourself. When you're done
Right,
reading it.
Sleuthy, I get it.
I'm going to
But
ask you the questions again.
why is it?
You can look at any part of that you would like.
Why does it matter? This guy's just like, his whole approach is semantics.
Thank you. Do you now remember when the court asked you what kind of animal? You said most likely a dog, a large dog?
Yes.
Do you remember at trial your perspective and opinion changing?
No.
Do you remember you were asked at trial whether or not the patterns appear to be injuries you would see consistent with an animal or a large dog, and you said yes? Do you remember that?
I see that.
Yep, you may. Trial transcript, page 23,
Yeah,
line
of course
3.
she's aggravated with him. She shouldn't even fucking be here for this. This is such a waste of everyone's time. The defense should be able to call anybody that they want. They have a right. Karen Reed has a right to call any expert that she wants. It's up to the jury to decide whether they feel that she's qualified.
Do you remember now saying that?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say,
I'm sorry. You can finish, please.
I didn't use the word possibly.
Oh, he totally does, Mike.
You
B
were
from
asked, does this
403.
appear as a pattern of injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion if I could, please? I realize it's crossed. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look at them?
Do you have an extra copy for her?
The answer is I have a copy, yes, that
Do
she
your
can.
colleagues each have a copy?
I don't know if they do, but I can give mine
Okay.
so that she
Problem
can
with
have
that,
it.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Is this your only copy?
It is. It's okay. I know what they say.
Do you have an extra copy?
I love this guy.
Well, you might, I'm gonna go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole trial transcript.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Mr. Elliott to make a copy of mine. All right, so that we can continue. You can give yours to the witness for a few minutes, and then when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thanks, John.
It happens. Thank you. I've seen no new incriminating facts since Hank. No, what you've seen is him try to block the defense from a defense.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Alessi, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibits.
Thank you very much.
And the
To be
witness
clear,
can
so
have.
Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice. Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June?
I have the voir dire and the trial testimony, so we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks very much.
Court, all right, agree?
Cover. Listen. I think Clover is spoiled now from just like laying in bed with me for the past 5-6 days. Like, no, dude, we're breaking that habit. Okay, so I guess they're going on recess. Like, for what? Like, poor Dr. Russell, dude. I want to see what. Dude, this is just such a fucking farce. I don't understand how this is so public. Like, Court TV is blasting this right now. How this is so public, and people aren't looking at this who actually follow the law. Like, doesn't Court TV have some sort of ethical responsibility to some degree to, at least, like, I know Vinny at least tries to do that to some degree. I'll give Vinny credit. I'll give Vinny Politan credit in that regard, that he will go, wait a minute, we're forgetting that the burden of proof is on the prosecution. But he won't go so far as to call shit like this out, which is like, why is Hank Brennan trying to block the defense from having a defense? Shouldn't he feel confident in his case against Karen Reed? Shouldn't he be relying on evidence that he has against Karen Reed and not be so worried about their defense? That's why I get pissed at Vinny Politan, or Vinny Politan.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Stacy Face Travels, thank you so much. Does Paul O'Keefe pay rent to have that spot every time? No, I mean he's family. Like that's where he sits. The Reeds, they sit in the same place every time too. Dude, look at this. I mean, of course they're pissed. This is such a waste of everyone's fucking time. This is a waste of everyone's time. There's nothing productive in the slightest bit to come from having Dr. Russell sit there again. Like, I feel like a judge who's acting in the interest of justice if they saw this, like if I saw this shit in a movie, dude, seriously, if I saw this shit in a movie or an episode of Law and Order, and I saw the prosecution doing what they're doing in this case in a fictional fucking scenario, dude, I would be like, the judge would just be written to say something like, wait a second, is your strategy here to try to stop this defense from a defense? Do you plan at any point of submitting any actual evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant who's on trial here is guilty? Or do you plan on trying to block every single strategy of defense that Miss Karen Reed has? Like, I feel like any judge would call that out, right? Like in a fictional fucking scenario, dude, a judge would be like, I really hope that you're not doing what I think you're doing and you actually have a case against this woman. Because so far, I'm only seeing you trying to deprive her of a defense. Well, right, microdots. Exactly. Exactly. And to piggyback off of that thought, this is Hank Brennan's purpose for being here. Make no mistake about this. The prosecutor's job is to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of this crime, that they are not wasting taxpayer dollars, they are not wasting time and resources on prosecuting a woman without having a for sure case against her. And the fact that Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk County District Attorney, hired outside of his office a special prosecutor who is known as a high-profile defense attorney for Whitey Bulger, that tells me everything. He's not there to present a case against Karen Reed. He's not the guy to do that. He's the guy to deflect the defense's strategies against the prosecution.
Yes, no, that's fine.
We have different stenographers, so sometimes the transcripts might be different. So I just want to make sure you have the same copy.
Because
I'm working on
Karen
it.
Reed has put people
No, I don't
on
mind.
trial.
Oh,
Through
yeah, holidays.
her prosecution, she has put people on trial,
Yourself.
and rightfully so.
I did some work too.
Did you?
Well, not really. I mean,
And the fact that they feel they need to defend that means that it's not just wild shit, some wild shit that she threw together and put out there. The fact that they need to defend themselves against against this strategy from the defense means that they're scared, means that there's validity to it. And nobody's seeing this in the grand scheme of things, which is fascinating to me. I mean, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. If you believe with everything that we know right now, with everything that we know about this case, if you believe Karen Reed to be guilty of this crime, if you even believe that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle at this point, you are fucking retarded. I have nothing for you. I just don't. There's no there. It's so spelled out. It is absolutely fucking spelled out. And I didn't mute this, by the way. Okay, now the sound is coming back. Dude, I mean, it's just that simple. Dude, between the ARCA, it's like, come on. And just watching this prosecution's approach to this case. Dude, I had to sit there in that courtroom right behind Bill Reed while this guy tried to argue that he had a right to look at Bill Reed's phone records. Because for some reason it's suspicious that he would speak to his daughter in the middle of the night. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Like if you have any sense of law and order in this country, any appreciation for at least what it was designed to do. Like if you have any admiration of John Adams and the passion that he had, any of that whatsoever, just even the slightest fraction of it, then the way the prosecution is approaching this case should infuriate you. It should make you so mad. Dude, I might just watch that shit again. I might just do that. I might just watch the whole John Adams miniseries from like 2000 from HBO all over again. Dude, that shit was so good. Paul Giamatti. But I mean, think about that shit, dude. Think about the legacy this guy left. Here we go.
We're back in session. May be seated. Boo! You suck.
Beverly Cannoni does suck.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring it from Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan. I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know. All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Leslie. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay. I just
wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
And provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given
Great.
to Ms. Russell. I'm
All right.
sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for
Is there a
Dr.
problem
Russell.
with that, Mr.
No problem
Leslie?
at all.
Okay.
Hank Brennan is such a fucking little weasel, dude. Like, tell me he's not. I mean, it's pretty safe to say. Like, you can say this just based on his actions, and then he's got his little Weasley voice on top of it. That just fucking makes it even more, you know?
May I again approach the witness?
Yes.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you 2 documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dude, for real. Richie, for real.
I had
Like,
asked you if you had expressed any
this
uncertainty
guy
in the
pissed
past
me off
about
so
your
bad
opinion
last time. Left me,
as it
yeah,
relates to the opinion
sour
you gave at the
taste in my
Lanigan
mouth
hearing
all
at the
day
last
long.
hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript.
See, there's no way a jury wouldn't see this as bullying her. Like
You'd turn
arguing
to
semantics
page
just to
19,
try to
line
break her
21.
down. Page
Line-
19, line 21. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here.
Yes.
And then line would be.
Yeah, and Turtle Boy has a hearing going on right now too, with fake victim. Those are never zoomed, so I'm going to just check periodically for updates.
My apologies. This one is the trial. Okay.
Somebody, so the Iron Sheik died, but somebody kept his Twitter going after he died, and it's great. I mean, it's not
Do
the
you
same.
recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries. Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
Okay, but I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Dude,
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes. And
yes.
that's what, our physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine.
She already answered
So
this last
That's why
time.
I expressed it that way. But
Yet
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I
Yeah.
understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Wow.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose
Wow.
the word during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree.
Bev
of
should be
medical
ashamed of
certainty, isn't it?
herself for even entertaining
No,
that.
I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-reviewed articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. What's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial process.
I'm trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience when you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're
He's
simply
just badgering her,
deciding whether or
and
not
Bev's
to use
just
this
letting it
looks similar.
happen.
You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing
Wow.
it to an actual science,
Yeah, she's
standard,
getting
a
pissed, and I don't blame
methodology,
her.
I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from? The methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare
From years of
similarities
study,
to another
dude.
item.
There are several published peer-reviewed articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds. There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of
Yeah,
those articles that you've been relying
I could
on
disagree,
to
dickhead.
combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis.
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
This guy's just
Oh,
being an
certainly.
asshole.
Please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking
And
you to
Bev's
tell
just
us
letting
about
it happen,
basing your opinion on
which
it.
is
You said
really
community,
shitty.
So I don't know much about
Okay,
it.
Like,
that's-
if
so
that
that's
was
one of
Jackson
them.
up there doing
Tell us
that,
a
she
little
would
bit
be
about
all
that.
over him.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case,
Mhm.
but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds can be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for
Yeah,
in the forensic
I mean-
evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
I guess I don't understand what you're
Yeah,
getting
what
at.
does he mean by that?
Rather
They-
than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
and
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
Yes. I'm going to let her finish.
please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will.
Wow.
That article.
she
it was
reprimands
case report,
Alessi.
But it was also a
I-
review of
He hasn't
previous
objected
literature.
at all.
So in the review of
Where I
previous
feel like he
literature
should
that
be
had been
objecting left and
published,
right.
they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
But she
It didn't
reprimands
talk
Alessi.
about pattern recognition
how he
analysis
objected.
I
in that article, did
disagree.
it? Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice or
Wow.
methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and they weren't. I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Right. Like, she's getting sick
So
of
my
this shit.
question
And she's standing up for herself,
because
and I
there
love
is
it.
no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
Yeah.
No, I believe you're again
I mean,
mischaracterizing it.
that's still
I'm
enough.
relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although that's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always.
Okay,
It could
okay.
mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would
Okay.
resemble this.
Okay.
But but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not.
Get him.
I'm not 100% perfect human being. And so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
That's
Yes,
what
absolutely.
you do, you
And
dickhead.
when you did that, you decided that you
Oh
should
my
focus
God.
on car accident.
Trial and
No,
error.
I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see
Yes.
that anywhere in your report
It's in my
whatsoever.
head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't
What
put in the
an
report or tell anybody? So
asshole.
we have car accident.
Look,
we have
now
suicide,
he's patronizing her.
we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a
I
differential
wonder
diagnosis.
why.
Well, it was
the
important enough to
defense
think
isn't
about and
objecting to
distinguish
it.
and go through differential diagnosis. Can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash,
Okay.
car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list, there was a list that I went
Okay.
through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Well, was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down.
This motherfucker. Like,
Okay.
he's
one
talking to
of
her
those,
like her resume doesn't
processes,
exist.
Causes of these
Like,
abrasions
all of
that
this
you
is
went through
moot.
differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
Because who is he
I
to
thought
say
I
what
could
her process
clarify
is? If she's the
issue
expert,
of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case,
No.
didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this
You don't-
general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
Don't
that you wanted to get
gaslight
involved when you
her,
made some phone
dude.
calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
dude,
I
I,
knew there
want to
was a
see
question, yes.
Jackson
You knew that
and
the defense
Yannetti wipe
was
the
claiming
fucking
that
floor
a
with
dog
this
caused
guy.
those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do. And I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial. And I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No.
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
Correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes.
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident, there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents,
Yeah, this
you
guy
didn't really have the
sucks, dude.
experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the
Re-gifted
cause
5
of these
memberships.
injuries.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career.
Do my
So I
fucking
had plenty
job.
of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No,
Wow.
I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked.
Mhm.
What I asked you is, you ever been trained as
She
an
said
accident
no.
reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this
She never
accident
claimed
couldn't
she
happen,
was.
you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen.
Mhm.
What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case,
Right.
it was done.
Hold on.
Anybody with eyes can
Next
see that.
question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports.
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was somehow I knew that. Well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was. Somehow I got that information.
So
The
when
car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision and this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
But it didn't strike.
Do you know how
Mr.
far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection.
But
Your
it
Honor.
didn't.
So it's
Right.
the question's.
Objection.
proper,
He's
but
stating
see if
these
she can
things as
answer it.
fact.
She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your
Oh
Honor,
my
I'm
God.
objecting to the-
I
the
understand.
assumption.
I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
Holy
no, I
shit,
don't know.
man.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car?
This is
and Mr.
crazy.
O'Keefe?
I'm
Objection,
going
Your
to
Honor.
see counsel. It's happening.
Fucking injection, dude. Like, you're letting this guy just sit here and state that Karen Reed's SUV struck Mr. O'Keefe as fact. I mean, this is unbelievable. This guy is just being abusive. This whole thing is a sham. Like, yeah, I mean, look at Karen. She's just in awe of how insane this is. This is Twilight Zone insanity bullshit. I mean, I can't imagine what's going on through Bill Reed's head right now. I can't even imagine. Like none of this is, yeah, everything that this guy's doing now, people are saying he's doing his job. Okay, that argument obviously stands. Is he doing his job? Yes. Is his job to, if he filed a motion to try to challenge her expertise, to try to challenge her credibility as an expert, then this is his job. This is what he has to do. This is his follow through with that. But the problem with this is that Bev is allowing it. Bev is allowing the manner in which he's going with this. He would have never been so brazen to continue to badger her with the same question over and over and over again after so many objections. And Bev is going, can you answer the question? Can you answer the question as it's asked? The point is, why are you letting him ask it that way? That's the point. Holy shit, I need...
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Buttercup, thank you. Hank Brennan couldn't shine her shoes. This is disgraceful. I completely agree. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Yo, there's turbulence in the chat. There's turbulence in the chat. Everybody, put your seats up to their upright and locked positions. JFK, thank you so much, buddy. Make sure to subscribe to JFK. This is his plan to get Karen on the stand. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think Karen wants to be on the stand. I just don't think her attorneys want her to go take the stand. But I think she wants to take the stand. I mean, look at her. Just fucking look at her right now. That's somebody who is dying for her side to be told here. This is not a guilty person. Just look at her. She's sick of this bullshit.
May I?
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Can't you say alleged?
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
What?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
There you go. Even
what was his body position?
I mean,
I considered several possibilities. I considered
there you go.
if he was standing, if I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know.
Trial
I
and
don't
error,
know,
dude.
But I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was, do you?
I know dog bites.
I went through the process of what the
arm
wounds would
looked-
look like
Right.
in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
From my many years of experience.
Did you
And
do any
from
comparison
fucking
analysis
not believing
of
in
the
magic.
broken tail light in Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes,
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay.
There you
And
go.
so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Of course you're going
I
to allow it
considered
because you're a
multiple
fucking
scenarios.
Tell me
corrupt
the facts you
asshole.
have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
Again, I considered multiple scenarios.
When you
This is some fucking.
did you go to the scene
This is some
of where
third
Mr.
world
O'Keefe was
shit
found lying on
happening
the
in
ground?
an
Did you go and
American
visit the scene?
courtroom right now.
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert.
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle accidents.
And you've never gone to court and
Victims.
testified as a dog bite expert before this case. Yes?
I was never asked.
And so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I used medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
You know how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged?
None of this matters.
Like, dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
I didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant nearby.
Do you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact, alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds, so that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
Wow, dude.
No.
Okay.
This guy's a fucking weasel, dude.
You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've
Except
agreed.
for, excuse me, except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
As opposed to being run over.
Generally, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
This is all smoke and mirrors.
Right. Okay. Well,
That's all this is. This is him just playing semantics to try to distract, wear
Think
down.
he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and
Yes.
hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Okay.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of a crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes,
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, you go to a scene.
So he
and
just
there's
like
a collision,
he
you
just
certainly see
segues
things
right into her
as a result
being
of the collision,
an ex-cop.
don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you
Oh,
see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car.
Right.
From the
Debris
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have. but
Right.
yes.
Probably.
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
Right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities. Yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know in your review of this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the
Thank you, Bo.
physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well,
What
I
about
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
well, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is possibly a cause.
In that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right, and you have a
Sure.
case that you've seen
No,
like that?
I have
Why
not.
couldn't they?
Okay.
Like,
And so
what the
in
fuck,
this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
Objection.
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
There you go.
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the car?
Objection, Your Honor. Same page.
So,
Dude.
did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical
I'm
evidence
with
of
you on
where it
that,
was
Brad.
found at the scene?
Again,
Thank you.
my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries.
Right.
So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't
Wow.
think so.
Okay.
Wow.
When you were excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and
It's
chain of evidence,
preserved
yes.
One
properly.
of the
Yeah.
most formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions,
Good
John
point,
O'Keefe's arm,
James Jackson.
did you know that there was DNA on the
Matter of fact,
taillight
I've lost a shoe running from a
of the
dog
defendant's
before.
car?
I did not know that.
Would you wanted to known if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on
It happened
the
in
taillight
Ferris
of the
Bueller.
shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges. If you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
Come on,
You didn't
man.
know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
On the bumper of his girlfriend's
And
SUV?
engaging in
Wow,
your
really
differential
suspicious.
diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be
Is there
important
blood?
to know
No.
that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular
There would have been glass
area
in the arm wounds. There
where
would
the
have
damage to
been
the car,
there would have been
the
blood on the
taillight.
taillight pieces.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
No blood on the taillight pieces.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No,
Love you, buddy.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Good boy.
not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
Of course you are, Bev.
As I mentioned
dirty
earlier,
piece of
I
shit,
considered
you.
various possibilities of a car accident and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights.
I've seen thousands.
Have you done any studies?
Jesus Christ,
Do you
dude.
have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body.
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body.
Wow.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never touched his body. I examined
No,
the
no, you
photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before, when we were here the last time, about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Oh, not always.
I
No.
see. You
No,
look and see if it's
absolutely
not.
One, excuse me. One person speaks at a time. Let
Please.
her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say as true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No.
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds,
Yeah.
many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occur a certain way, and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites,
Mhm.
every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Sarif? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, did you know that Officer Sarif reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this
This is
statement?
crazy
This is
that
all
he's
my
like-
fault. This is my fault. I did
Like,
this. Did you know about this
treating her like the
Objection, Your Honor.
Gestapo.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing the question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about
So
the
it's irrelevant
statement
then.
that she repeated repeatedly? I hit him. I hit him. Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that, but that doesn't, I mean,
Where
okay,
did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in
Dude.
domestic violence cases? Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I
Like,
know that.
why is she being fucking interrogated? And
When you were
Judge Bev is
considering
allowing it.
the cause
Is what
of
I
these
can't
injuries,
figure out.
did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about
He's
same
just
height as
picking
that
at her
tail
and
light?
trying to wear
Yes,
her
that I
down.
understand.
He's
I've
not
been hit on
trying
the
to
side.
get to the truth
I
of
know
anything.
about side injuries,
Uh-huh.
side swipe injuries.
a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the tail light, what other evidence would you want to know before you
Everyone's
exclude
height
the
fucking
tail light as the
matches
cause
up
of
with
the
the
injury?
tail light,
To be
dude.
thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about tail light fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Plastic
Well, it
asshole.
depends on what kind of glass. So
How about, I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you to.
Well,
I
motor
need to interrupt
vehicle
you.
glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way.
Okay.
And creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the
Wow.
pattern injury on that?
Wow.
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay, so
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the
Wow.
scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various safe pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Like none of this is fucking relevant.
Different diameters, right?
As to her expertise.
Irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp.
Guy's just a fucking bully.
Perhaps almost all of them.
That's his strategy
Yes.
here, is to bully
Possibly.
her.
Yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence. You just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight.
And she's gonna have to go through
What
this
is
in
that made
trial
out of?
all over again.
I believe
That's
it's made
if
out
Bev
of
allows her.
plastic. And there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Like no judge
looked
would
like there
ever
was some
allow
curves
this,
in it.
dude.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any
Like
straight
no
lines in it?
Yeah.
legitimate judge.
Any jagged parts of
whatever
it from
let
the
this fucking happen.
breaking?
Yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a... No, let me finish. You can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something
asshole.
like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern. No.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Thank you, Joseph Kane, for gifting a membership, buddy. Congrats.
Would
to
you
making
agree with
changes.
this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes. And so they're not really very long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right. But the ones that are caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, in fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
He doesn't
Glass
want to
and
hear
broken
her
taillight
answers
could
if they're
cause
not.
linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Ha-
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study,
Um,
correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've
There was
received
no
materials from the defense,
on the
nobody
shards,
has
bro.
ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Well, talking about being a detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence,
Wow.
I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing.
Objection,
I want
Your
you to,
Honor. I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus, does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Say no.
I'm going to allow that minus the police officer, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions
There
were
you go.
caused by
A dog. There
How
you
do
go.
think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could,
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
but not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
Mhm. And you have no studies
But not
on
in that
how
configuration.
abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace evidence in that sweater? DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam,
Well,
sweat in their mouth.
they'd have to actually test the
I also
sweater.
understand that there were
which they didn't.
issues with the collection.
Well, we're going to get to your claims.
There
and
you
see if there's any
go.
basis for it,
Let
but
'em
that's not the
know.
question I asked you, but I will invite you.
Yeah,
to talk
yeah. You
about
don't want to
in a
hear that,
second.
do you?
Looking forward to that.
There are
What I'm
issues with
asking
the
you.
collection.
You know, when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
Yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you studied all these years, isn't it? That's exactly what happens.
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense.
You
yes.
don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You're
There's
talking all day.
no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No.
You understand that the crime
Well,
lab
they'd
took
have to
swabs
test
of
the
every
sweater
one of those holes,
to collect DNA, wouldn't they?
right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
before you
multiple.
discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No.
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between
Mm.
the,
people are exonerated.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question. please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA. Yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes,
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
And you've opined that these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yeah.
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
Again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes.
Not if there was a collection,
Remarkable
an
would not
issue
be
with
the
the
word I
collection.
use.
Extraordinary.
No, I
No.
disagree.
Hard to believe.
No, not if there was a
Disagree.
problem with the
Okay.
collection.
Now, there is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No,
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog? Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
I'm aware of the many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Wow.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that that there was there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation
Dude.
of DNA. What was
We're
it?
saying that anything could have
I can tell you the
happened.
exact error, but there's, first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while.
Mhm.
So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have?
It
that
was
washed
also
off?
I
laying
don't
on the
have any
floor
proof,
in the
but I'm just-
hospital,
You asked me possibilities.
kept
I did ask
in
possibility. You're raising
Proctor's
possibilities. I'm
trunk
asking you what evidence,
for
what fact do
3
you
weeks.
have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
Uh-huh. What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was tainted?
I didn't
This guy's making me
say,
so mad.
or I didn't mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in
There
a
you go.
courtroom, you know, as an expert witness,
Well said.
and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
Not
talking about-
not specific. It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here
Exactly.
because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith, and in fact, that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
Oh, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur.
Not
That's
the-
all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist, but physician knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report. You've
Yes.
been through now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right?
Oh, knock
There is
it
an
off.
absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
I mean, but the jury will know about that, though. You know,
I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay?
so I'm still refreshing Aiden's Twitter page. So I'm just waiting because I'm sure he'll tweet something once he gets out of court. So just keep in mind, I'm staying on top of Aiden's hearing as well. I mean, how is that not? Come on, there's no way a fucking taillight
You've
did
seen
that
this
in a
exhibit
single
before?
impact.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
Clubber,
I
chill
want to
out.
start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going
Chill
to
out,
characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there are 2 wounds with perhaps potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
Oh, teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, a dog's nail shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different.
Like a
pattern
horseshoe. Did
than
he
a
say like
tooth,
a
isn't it?
horseshoe?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
Sure. After the voir dire, when you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a
Thank
dog's
you, hate
teeth
corruption.
or
Congrats,
dog's
Killamilla.
nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3.
What, baby boy? Love you too. Clever doesn't need to go out yet. He will in a few minutes, though. I am going to take him in just a second because I ordered food and I've got food. I've got to go grab it when it gets here, and I'll let him go to the bathroom when I do.
Dr. Russell, do you have the same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm. You talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5
Teeth or
says
claw marks
the
is
word photographs here.
line 5.
Okay. You must have a different version than us.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
No, I'm gonna have to show her my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
And it's not
so
gonna reconcile.
what I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court
Look
would
at
allow me, I'll show her my copy.
Lally's there holding it down.
Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
Lally's holding it down, boy.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
in the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and and my opinion even became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged, so I need to re-review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed?
Oh
No.
my
It's
God,
one of
dude.
I said teeth or claw
This
marks.
guy, he's
Well, it's
just
not
trying
one
to
or the
fucking.
other. You're supposed to
Jesus.
testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture
Wow.
hasn't changed since you looked
Yeah.
at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
No,
Okay.
either teeth or claw
Wow.
marks included both of those.
So because you overlooked
This
certain
guy
things,
sucks, dude.
your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial? Is
Yeah,
this
at the trial.
Is this the trial?
How could it
Yeah.
not be an
Trial.
accurate? It's an
It is
opinion.
inaccurate. It's
Well,
either
the-
teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're
Medical.
saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth
Chill
that
out,
you
buddy.
claim that these now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
To a reasonable
And so
degree,
your
dude.
opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay.
Wow.
What else
This
did you
guy.
overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury?
Wow.
I don't think I missed anything. There's another.
Yeah, what are you talking about,
abrasion in
dude?
the middle.
Well,
See
no,
what he
we're not
tried
going
to
to
do
move on.
there?
We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
What else did you
Excuse me,
I
overlook?
mean,
miss-
yeah, there's an abrasion
What?
right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's
I
that
didn't
caused
miss
by?
anything.
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could be, I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many
I'm using science to
incisors on the
speculate.
top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very
course it could.
elastic.
Mhm.
And teeth are not always the exact
Depends on
same
the angle.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And
Right.
if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth. No.
And do you know whether there's any irregularities in
Hers, but-
Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
When you say
I don't
nice,
need
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
it could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture.
Uh-huh.
There is no puncture in this wound.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the
Yeah,
lower jaw
dude.
actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a third prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes,
Right. And so
with both jaws.
most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right? There's
I don't know
vernal
anything
pool in
about
the area.
frogs.
It
But-
doesn't
I don't know
happen
shit
with
about
dogs.
frogs,
Dogs
bro. What are you talking
bite
about?
and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
Under his elbow.
Yeah, and what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top 2 canines and not anchor into anything else.
That happens often.
Uh-huh. And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yep.
saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth,
Mhm.
If the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
Oh my God, dude.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well,
for
odd. It would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite
Rip-
way.
Believe it or
the,
not.
I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these two scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen
I'll be right
something
back,
before,
guys. I'm
your
going to leave
experience
this up
makes you think it
playing.
looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those two
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that suggests dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do, Your Honor?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court. It's okay.
I'm going to see counsel outside back for a minute.
All rise to the court, please.
You are muted.
Yeah, just focus on the fan. That's actually, the fan, it was always like, it's just that sometimes like, we try to, probably 15 minutes. Yeah. I guess. I got a couple of
Okay, so let me refresh the Turtle Boy thing. Clever, go lie down. Stop it. You never used to beg, and now you do, and it's weird. Turtle Boy thing. So. Okay. Still no news on the Turtle Boy stuff. Yeah, this is crazy. Microdots is killing it right now. Microdots' posts on Twitter are great. Today marks the 1070th day that Karen Reed's civil rights have been violated. So Krusty Penny's her projection. We are getting a preview of Dr. Russell's cross-examination for trial. I think she'll be allowed to be destroyed all over again in front of a jury. Big oof. I can't believe Karen Reed is going to put this woman up against Jim Crosby. Total slaughter. All right. I'm trying to hear like if there's anything significant being talked about. Oh, did he really? Yeah. I mean, he already kind of did that. Like he filed trying to get their findings and everything. They want to know they're fishing for information into the investigation into Michael Morrissey. They know they're FBI experts. But
down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure.
It's okay.
I'm going to see counsel outside back for a minute.
wow.
He's
Watch out
yeah.
for you shooting, and you were like, "Huh? What?" I was like,
Hey guys.
"Seriously?"
Yeah. Tommy, what's up?
Thomas.
Wow, Alicia and Brennan going at it today.
Oh, I'm yeah.
But you're behind.
Yeah, oh, I'm looking behind, huh?
A little bit.
Did you, Shelby, can you throw up what that lady just got for a present?
What?
I got a couple of videos I want to throw up.
All right,
Well,
hold on.
They're amazing.
I don't know what.
Hold on, we're in the middle of a trial. Yeah, hold on.
Sherry told me
Yeah,
to go back
we're just
and
waiting for the sidebar to be.
Sherry told me to go back 10,
Yeah.
10 15 minutes to Tom.
He can't like no.
You want to go to
Full screen, guys.
Yeah.
How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, thank you, dear.
Not me. Hold on.
Because of the threatening to murder Mary and her children.
So what happened?
She's consulting with a lawyer because she
the whole time.
kind of has a fifth, but not really because that's not. She hasn't been charged with anything yet.
Yeah.
So he's giving her an opportunity to talk to an attorney. So it'll be called for a little while.
Man.
So was that about LG?
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Tommy. Hold on. I'm trying to find the right one. This Melissa's usually on here.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, make sure to stop what you're doing right now. Whatever it is that you're doing. And give Tom and Mike a like. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I guess it was a big nothing.
Hold on.
Man, what a lag. There was something going on there. Bad. We couldn't even. It was bad. Fixed. Yes. Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
What happened with Turtle Boy?
Now it's lagging again. Why?
No, you're good. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
There's a lag.
Very little. It was lagging before, not so bad now.
Yeah. So
Do you want to log?
what happened is she's got a problem with one of her charges, with the murder charge. So she's consulting with an attorney right now.
Who are you talking about?
What?
LJ.
A murder
You know
charge.
the thing with Mary?
Yeah.
You know that thing? That comes into play here.
Because she threatened to kill somebody over. Oh.
That's how serious the restraining order is, because she's already threatened to murder someone and her children, right? Something like that.
Okay. All right.
So they're giving her a chance to consult with an attorney before she makes any more statements that may incriminate herself.
So that's over with now?
Huh?
When is she going to talk to the attorney?
Well,
right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
They
she
took a
can be
break
charged.
so that she could talk to her attorney to figure that out.
So that makes sense. Okay. So what it sounds like is that since fake victim threatened to kill somebody and her kids, she could be charged with something for that. She could be charged with threatening somebody, I guess. So now they're giving her a chance to consult with an attorney before she says anything. Is what's going on, sounds like. So what an idiot, dude. And like I totally like everything that I read in that Mary lady's after David last night. Man, that shit was crazy. Like while she's on the phone, like on like a conference call, she's got her kids in the car. Somebody cut her off or some shit, and she fucking jumps out of the car and pulls a knife on the lady, pulls a knife on somebody in traffic. Like in traffic, dude. She's crazy. Steve Coate was arrested by the MSP too.
Like, how do you get out of this?
Who's Steve Coate?
Oh, wow.
Cornered. Checkmate.
Oh my God. And so Brado's crushing her.
So it seems.
Yeah,
This
Brado's
is
letting
getting
her have
wild
it.
inside this court too, Tom.
Let's find out from Neil. Wait a minute.
Oh my god. What is going on today? Is there something in the water?
Brennan.
Yeah, like I have shit. I just don't know if I'm allowed to read it. But I promise you that I have another after David that I will read once I get permission that it's okay. Once I get the green light to share publicly in regards to Aiden's case. And it's going to be, yeah. Now I haven't read it yet, but I have it and it'll be interesting.
Just someone that just came on.
Were you inside? Yes. What happened?
Oh, it was perfect.
I can't hear shit.
Okay. Neil couldn't hear what happened inside.
As soon as Rachel mentioned somebody, she was like, the judge said, I think you should probably talk to an attorney and revisit this.
Oh, and what were they getting at when they're talking about that?
Because she's in fear of her life. She's in fear that Aiden's going to come get her.
Really?
Aiden could give two shits about her.
Oh my God.
You know,
Thank you guys. Sorry about that. We had that pet stream with Nurse Kim, right? And the Steve Coate guy apparently he kept super chatting. Like he's been in here super chatting, and I always instinctively I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like if he would have super chatted just now, I still would have been like, oh, okay, thank you, and just been like, oh, the name sounds familiar. But it's funny because like Cherry just reminded me, Steve Coate is the guy who killed the turtle and hung it and in Aiden's family's property. Now, apparently he was just arrested. No, Turtle Boy's hearing was not streamed. Apparently he was just arrested. So this is interesting. This is an interesting development here. Like Turtle Boy's not fucking around. So
care where she lives, what she's doing, or
You got nothing to back it up.
no. And some of the stuff that she entered, the judge rejected.
Really?
Yep. And then she entered a whole packet of blogs or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Bradle said, "Is this a tweet you sent out saying you're not afraid of me?"
Yeah. She said tweet out.
It took her like an hour to read it.
Yeah.
That the assault never happened.
Yep.
She told somebody else.
Yep. Two people.
But the assault never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that.
right.
Yep.
That's what I read last night. I read, and I'll read it again. But I read that last night. If you guys want, I'll read it again, actually. Give me 1 second here, folks. You guys are gonna love this. So while we're killing time for court to come back, hold on, and I want to see something here. Yeah, I have to wait for this one. I have to wait to read this, but I will read the one that I read last night to you guys. So this one is somebody named Mary Bagwell, okay? I'm going to read this one to you guys while we're waiting. Now, this is in regards to Aiden's case with fake victim who's in court right now. And so that's what they were just talking about, was that there are people who witnessed her and have in sworn affidavits such as this one, who witnessed Lindsay Gattani telling them that Turtle Boy never assaulted her. So the basis in which she has this protective order on Aiden Carney is based on lies. It's total bullshit. And we knew this already, but now we have witnesses coming forward willing to testify. Now, if you guys didn't catch me reading this last night, you're going to love it. Now, I'm going to have this here. I've got court, so when it's ready, I'll hear it, but I've got it in the background here. So when this abuse of Dr. Russell continues, then nah, Cherry, we know how that goes. I'll just read this after David for the moment. Yeah, you guys are gonna love this. So this says, my name is Mary Bagwell. I live in Mansfield, Massachusetts, and I work in the finance and accounting industry. I am also a single mother of two sons, 17 and 29 years of age. I was introduced to Lindsay Gattani through a mutual friend. June 18th, 2024, Lindsay Gattani audio called into our group messenger chat. Okay. She had her three kids. She had her three kids in the car with her. She started screaming and yelling at a group of guys in a car that were coming down a one-way street, and she was trying to go up a one-way street. Okay, so she's got her kids in the car. Let's keep this scenario in perspective. I want to make sure that I'm portraying the scenario accurately for you folks. She's in a group messenger chat, phone call, right? On Facebook Messenger. So there's a few people. And she starts yelling at a group of guys. Oh, shit, we're back. We're back from recess. Okay, we'll have to get back to this.
About these two scratches or abrasions as wound one. I want to continue asking some questions about wound one. And I had asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by the canines of the dog, was it the upper or lower canines?
I can't tell 100%.
Well, not 100%. What's your opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why do you believe these are upper canines as opposed to lower canines?
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
And you're saying because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the uppers that grasp first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines. You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of
Thank
two.
you, Chad Kosakowski.
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert that these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself, it's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car? That be a different type
I
of
don't
wound
believe
than
this
this?
is, I don't, this is not.
Defending himself
So
from
what
a
evidence you have that
6,000-pound car.
the victim
Let's think
was
about
defending
that.
himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Wouldn't
Again, it's very
his arm hit his
common for someone
face?
who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs,
Okay.
the neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends?
It's like,
and this begins or ends.
no matter what her answer is, he tries to discredit it.
Finish. I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes.
And you don't know if they're healthy teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Well, do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out as we just spoke about? Because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And if it's going this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, not does it not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right. But if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. You've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm looking at Grant's posts and I'm reading the comments.
When
and
you
it's very
first
funny.
testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail
Bite
scratches
or-
or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it? I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date is the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach and help you on that?
Yes.
It's the thick one.
Mhm.
You got it.
Okay.
No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You were unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set?
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mhm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Or paw marks, yeah.
So your testimony
Yeah.
that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing, this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial. At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor. Okay, so ask the question differently
Okay.
without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule
It
out.
could be claws.
Because you have no
I think it's
comparative
teeth. It could
standard.
be
You don't
claws.
have a
It's
standard
that simple.
industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there. And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate,
Now,
yeah.
you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish?
What?
Light skin,
Makes sense with that
yeah,
name.
freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
Are you fucking
No.
kidding
Right,
me?
so these are the
You're
same.
talking about
These little
freckles?
things, these skin
Because he's
blemishes,
Irish?
Same as these all over the body.
Oh,
Aren't
you're a
they?
doctor?
There's no question.
Do you think that
She just said, are you a
what you're
doctor?
describing as
I love
dog
it.
puncture wounds,
Get him.
you could be mistaken for just his skin,
Wow.
different types of
Yeah, because I'm stupid.
marks on his skin, like freckles.
Because I'm
or
not a fucking doctor.
moles.
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
But
Christ.
wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a
You're
dog
aware
bite
that he's
or
Irish,
it's a
correct?
scratch. What is it
What?
about the top 2 that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would
You're
you say it
saying-
again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not
Were
sure which
you
one. but
aware
it's
that
definitely
they
a dog. That's your
found
position.
potato
Okay. What
in
about
his
these 2 are telling you
digestive system?
that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't.
That is
These are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If
No.
you don't,
Jesus Christ,
if you
dude.
don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bites?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay.
They're different.
Punctate
Okay.
lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they
Oh my
penetrate
fucking
the
God,
skin. They have to
bro.
penetrate in order to pull,
And the
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration.
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these 2 linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth
It's part of the pattern,
of this whole pattern?
of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number 1, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
that
And this-
lesion by
and-
itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the
of a
dog's nail, the dog's nails,
paw nail,
toenail.
toenail?
Yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these 3 scratches in and of themselves without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these 3.
What do you mean without looking at the entire arm?
That supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there, along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any?
There you go.
Papers, any studies that show
papers
that a scratch like this,
like rolling
look
papers,
like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these 3 scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
dude. I could Google.
You can't
dog
tell, in
bites
your opinion, these are dog bites or
right
dog
now
scratches. So
and compare them.
is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll allow just that.
Of course she'll allow it.
1, 2.
Of course she'll allow it.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these 3, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions. And what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that.
Objection, Your Honor. Can you answer that? I'm gonna
That
allow
is
you to
unfair.
answer.
That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay. So looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of
Crazy.
wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay.
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay, well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a voir dire.
Okay, we'll have to get you one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
48, line 13.
Shut up, Balky. Thank you very much.
What page?
That one's not right either. No. Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously
Said Lally to go
that
make
these
coffee.
are consistent with teeth
Send
or
his
claw
ass
marks?
to the Xerox room.
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Bring back some coffee.
Possibly, yes.
Okay.
And a
do you have
banana
different
cognac
opinion today
dip?
whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog
She
bit
said
Mr.
all
O'Keefe
of
and
them,
inflicted
bro.
these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this is one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Dude, that's clearly a fucking bite mark.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here,
oh my God, dude.
and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which
No,
teeth,
you're not.
upper or
You
lower
knew what
teeth,
you were
do you
doing.
think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be two, this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm.
Exactly.
Okay, that there's
How do you know
relative
that?
Dude.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do you, dude?
You're answering, Brian.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that
Exactly.
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
Anybody would
it's
fucking
normal
pull.
human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you,
Wow.
a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm basing it on normal human behavior.
And
That
so
is so in
you would
the
disagree with
Commonwealth
me that if
pocket.
these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's incorrect.
And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it
His
looks
arm
like it's
could have been
larger,
straight. His
you
arm
know,
could have been
larger
folded. His arm could have been
configuration
elevated,
than a normal
cocked this way.
canine
I mean,
distance into canine distance. That's what you're referring to, the into canine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines?
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 1 on wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? That's I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
is that a new one?
No, that's
Okay.
well known
Is
in
that a new
medical
one?
literature.
Listen
Let's
to
just
this
look at
asshole.
simple math or size. The distance between these 2 wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these 2 wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe no, this is not a full bite. There is no penetration, significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine, puncture wound, punctate lesion from so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wounds.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due respect,
what's up, Chasing?
Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You cannot make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay. If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
Not 100%, correct.
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's
She said she
canines
does.
or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries? And you said it's possible.
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why are you letting him ask the same questions that have been answered?
The whole arm,
Bev?
the configuration, the pattern of the
He's been
whole
asking you
arm,
that
and
same
not any
question
one
all
individual
morning.
wound.
Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. Had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
It's clearly a fucking dog bite. Stop it.
How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes.
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, this because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth
Okay.
or claw, most likely.
Could have been caused by the ground?
No, no.
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the
Jesus,
lesions.
dude.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, into it, clothing that's on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand with a straw in the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes,
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding onto the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
You know, there are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes,
And you said it looks like an arch.
it does to
Okay.
me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I
Dude,
thought the arch was on the bottom.
Even Christina Rex.
But by bottom,
was
I
tweeting,
mean,
like she knows.
I mean, what we call proximal. part
Christina
of the
Rex
arm.
at least
So here,
acknowledged
right
in
here
her
is where I
tweet
think the arch is.
And
that
if
the
there's an
ARCA
arch and these
experts
are
were
dog
hired by the
bites, these are
DOJ,
the canines.
They could be, however,
which is
progress.
progress.
I can't rule out that this is, you know, because of the curvature of the arm. I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And
Right.
it's got an intervening, it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're
The
saying
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different.
No, because you don't know
If
what
these are
fucking
canines,
position. You know his
obviously
hand wasn't
it's a
just
different
sitting there
dog or
still.
or something
His
else
arm
that
was
causes
moving.
this.
If he's being
The
attacked by a dog.
are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur, and I didn't say that those are definitely 2 canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions.
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have exhibit 32, please?
Can I reset the poll? No, Katie Dominic. I want everyone to know that Katie Dominic
You've seen this
is
picture
the
before?
reason why
Yes.
it's not at 100%.
And this is allegedly
She is the
a
2% vote
dog bite
that
from
screwed it
Chloe.
all up.
Yes.
And you see the tearing of the skin.
Way to go,
Don't
Katie
you?
Dominic.
And you can see the corners where the incisors
Katie Dominic,
would
you are an awful
penetrate
person.
through a puncture. Yes.
I'm not sure what teeth
I
punctured
hope
this.
all
but
the bad
yes.
things in life
I
happen
see.
to
I see
you
the skin is
and only you.
penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No, no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with the dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
We can go back to 5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mhm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
Well, you would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA.
Soft science.
It's opinion based. It's
like a
subjective
soft
based.
opening of a
The
new
science
casino.
of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Yeah, that's a great
Uncertainty.
question, Mike. Or
There
not.
is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed
You
your
mean
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay.
So
did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds at 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not
Overruled.
get that, but
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get that.
Oh, okay.
However, I have a comment about that.
Go ahead.
Please.
Not very medical exam, and
What just
not very
happened? What did
many
Jackson say to
medical
Karen?
examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And
That's what I
not
was just
very many
thinking,
medical
Sleuthy.
examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although some physicians,
Which
have
is why
certain
I think the
opinions
objection
based on,
happened.
Based
we're
on what
we're
they
talking
know.
about ARCA now.
They don't
Like-
have my experience. I'm
Do
sorry.
you know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know who's
Because-
who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Wow.
Mr. Walsh, John
No.
Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience. for all
This
you
guy
know.
just
Oh,
filed a
highly
motion to
unlikely.
exclude
You have more experience
ARCA,
than anybody in the
to
country.
exclude ARCA's testimony, to exclude
I
ARCA
think
from
I have
being expert witnesses.
At least as much.
This guy
experience
filed a
as
motion
any other
today
possible
to
person
exclude
in the
them.
country.
And
I
now
have it
he's
from
talking
both
about-
aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's
So either
arm were
we're
completely
letting
bent
Josh
when he
Levy's
sustained the injuries. A lot of
investigation
them match up. They're a continuation of
into the
another
case,
injury.
or we're not.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
So-
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all. You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian to sedate
Exactly.
the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking
They'd have to
veterinarian,
sedate
dude.
the the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to
Oh
sedate
my
the dog?
God,
And then
dude.
you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's
Dude,
mouth, right?
if I'm a doctor who treats
Yes?
gunshot
You've read
wounds,
that in the literature. The best way to
I know how to treat a gunshot wounds. I don't need to do ballistics on the bullet.
You've read in
to
the
treat the
literature, the
gunshot
best way
wound.
to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines, and you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Yeah, these guys are like, how long is this going to go on? How long is Bev going to let this fucking happen? Now, obviously, Jackson noticed something. He wrote it down. He looked over it at Karen, and she reacted. Let me see if I can. Pinpoint when it happened.
You?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but
You?
Objection, Your Honor.
Attorney's Office of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
no, I did not get that, but
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get.
Let me just get this back queued up here because I don't want to miss anything here. Okay. So, interesting thing happened. Hank Brennan just today filed a motion to exclude ARCA from being experts and being allowed to testify, right? So now this is happening. So again, this is another example of Hank Brennan basically just trying to deprive Karen Reed of any defense. And he's systematically doing this. So that means that we're probably going to see the ARCA, the crash daddies, as you guys like to put them, sitting up on the stand going through this same shit. Which I think is going to be very interesting. But I think it sucks that they have to do that. Just like I think it sucks that Dr. Russell is being subjected to this badgering. I mean, this interrogation. I'm waiting for Judge Bev to just go ahead and fucking waterboard her while she's sitting on the stand. This is ridiculous. But it's very interesting now. This guy is bringing up Dr. Walsh, who testified, or not testified, but Dr. Walsh, who was hired by the DOJ and the FBI, and they're part of that investigation. So are we talking about the FBI? Are we letting in the FBI investigation in this trial or not? And I'm wondering if this is what the sidebar is about. All of a sudden, he brings up this Dr. Walsh guy. So now Dr. Walsh's testimony is relevant. But the ARCA experts, they're not going to be relevant, according to. I mean, this is crazy. This is just pure fucking crazy. Oh, is that chick back there? One over here? Look at this photograph. Is that her? The one behind my Venmo thing. This is just fucking insane. Like, I've never seen any shit like this in my life, dude. Like, Bev's just letting this shit happen. All right. So you only have the one page, Cherry? All right. Yeah, I'm working on getting Cherry's working on getting the entire filing for the exclusion. Hank Brennan's exclusion of the ARCA experts. I mean, this was all part of the plan. Guaranteed. Yeah, I just hope that Josh Levy's departure come the 17th, and this new person, this Mary Murain person who's taking over, I hope that she plans on making Josh Levy look like man was taking his sweet time and shit. I'm hoping that she comes in here, just starts slapping around people with indictments. That's what I'm hoping for. So here, let me show you guys. I'll wait for this to come back. Don't worry, I can hear it. So when the sound comes back on. So Grant's post here. Here's Grant. Just in, Lindsay Gattani has been given a court-appointed lawyer to extend her restraining order against Aiden Turtleboy Carney. Turtleboy's lawyer tried to pull a fast one on Lindsay. Lindsay asserted a legal privilege, and the court gave Lindsay a lawyer. The crowd was in awe. Multiple Turtleboy fans complimented Lindsay's intelligence as she acted on her feet in response to Bradle's questions and dominated him without missing a beat. Grant wants to fuck that girl so bad. Poor guy. One of them said to me, "Wow, Lindsay is smart." Another said, "Oh my God, how did she manage to do that?" A third said, "Wow, the plan by Turtleboy backfired." This changes the ball game, folks. It will now be Bradle versus Lindsay's new lawyer, whoever the court appoints, when the hearing continues later today. I never have in my life seen a pro se litigant act with such brilliance on their feet. We are now in recess. Bro, let's look at the comments. It's such a funny joke. Nobody said such a thing. Hey, Grant's like, I literally walked out of the courtroom with the crowd as they were buzzing about the moment. It was one for the ages, and the Turtleboy fans knew it. Aiden looked dumbstruck. Meredith looked upset. It was almost surreal. No one saw the court-appointed lawyer coming. Oh, my God, because we know how effective court-appointed lawyers are. This is so accurate. It's funny. What are you even talking about? This is so inaccurate. It's funny. What are you even talking about? A court-appointed lawyer is a big deal. Why? Literally anyone can get one, you fool. No one was amazed at her getting one. You made up such odd stuff. I love these comments. Are you parody account or the real one? I honestly can't tell by this tweet. Go fucking go, Lindsay. You're pathetic. She's never going to fuck you. I watched you walk out of court and not talk to anyone, especially Turtle Boy fans. You're a liar. She will never suck your dick. Give up. Are they having a stare down in this pic? Any insight into how Kate Peter could possibly know what Judge Canoni said to the attorneys at sidebar, since she just posted that the judge directed the deaf to reprimand Karen? If it's true, who would be giving her play-by-play? What is being discussed at sidebar? Yeah, good point. Was this before or after you were kicked out of the courtroom? Oh my god, dude. Let's refresh. Let's see what else we got here. No, yeah. Grande walked out of the courtroom. This is the parody account. Grande walked out of the courtroom with the crowd as they were buzzing about the moment. It was one for the ages, and all the Turtle Boy fans immediately pledged fealty to Wendy and Grande. Just kidding. Tal made it all up. This is fucking wild, bro. Everything that's happening with this case is just fucking crazy. And yeah, this is just a sidebar, but if I'm still up to it, I'll read that After David again that I read last night and I started to read earlier. But yeah, like if they take a lunch recess, yeah, I'll go over that again. Yeah, man, it's that chick. Look at her. Look at this photograph. What's up, dude? Why are you so restless, homie? Yeah, I know it's kind of cold down here, buddy. I get it. It's a little cold. Or Karen's exhausted. So sick of this shit. I don't blame her.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
That's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what the gape of
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of, or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that would
None of that would
Well,
matter.
if you
He could
think that some
produce
of
Chloe
these
today.
wounds
Where has
could have
Chloe
been
been?
scratches, you could look
What
at the
kind
nails
of
and the
dental
shape of the
procedures
nail.
did Chloe
Well,
was
nails
Chloe
are
subjected
frequently
to in the
cut
last
on
2
a regular
years, 3
basis.
years?
And the distance between the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the par is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you
Fuck
think that would
no.
be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail,
Right.
for instance. Yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
That's because
It
nobody
wasn't
knows where the
necessary.
fuck Chloe
Go up
is.
and take pictures and measure the teeth of Chloe?
But it's also because she's not a fucking vet.
No.
Did you ask to?
No, it was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why. I
The
didn't
Alberts
think it was
didn't hide the
You got
dog.
that
The
Chloe's
Alberts
in another
killed the
state.
fucking
Did you ever
dog.
discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know, I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall
Yeah,
whether you
I
knew
call bullshit
that
because
Chloe-
that's
that
not
was
Chloe.
available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant.
that's
that
not Chloe
that you
at all.
Hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know,
I still say Chloe's exactly where the
that Chloe's
flooring
available,
of 34 Fairview
wouldn't those
is.
molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
Look, Alessi is
If
pissed,
the
man. Like he's
distance
sick of this shit.
Chloe's canines is
Look at him.
significantly different.
He's blown away
than
that
these
she's
abrasions in
allowing
this
this
picture.
shit.
You would agree
Clever.
that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to
No,
that
I can't
statement.
agree.
Again,
Dude, what?
because of the various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage. There's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally,
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
Jesus.
All right, Mr.
about
Lassie, go
fucking
right ahead.
time. All right, Mr. Alessi.
popped, right, Charlie?
Oh,
It
you popped. You're gonna be famous.
Wait, here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Stop! This is Ken.
If I could have a motion to organize
Sure.
the exhibits, thank you, Your Honor. They're organized, I just wanted to make sure I have the right ones. Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
For the record, you have pre-marked number 33 through 37.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, I have provided the court and offered to counsel, but counsel already had the copies, a notebook that has exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly, Your Honor's previous direction, that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand with Dr. Russell.
In my approach to do that?
Sure.
May I talk to the witness and just point out where they are?
I think you can give them to her. I think
Okay,
she can
that's-
figure out
okay.
numerically what's what. All right, Mr. Leslie, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list.
Yes.
How long do you think it might take? And I'm not holding you to this, just curious.
I appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider what he did. My best estimate is approximately 2 hours.
Okay, I'd like us to finish by 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're all
Mr.
day.
Brennan, I know you have no idea how long recross might be, but we'll try and finish by 4 today.
Understood, Your Honor.
So Brennan still has to cross. I'm not trying to rush you, but how long is this gonna take? But no rush. I just need to know because I want to make happy hour at the bar. There's a special on Tito's.
May I now proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, during cross-examination at this Daubert hearing on December 12th, you were asked whether you believed you were an expert in the areas of orthopedics, accident reconstruction, biomechanics, motor vehicle accidents, and defensive wounds. In your 29 plus years of experience as an emergency medicine physician in training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No.
Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes. So Emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field
Bro,
of general
Bev's
orthopedics.
face looks like a
So in
gaping
emergency
asshole,
orthopedics,
dude.
physicians care for,
Like-
evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures,
She
acute
looks like
dislocations,
she looks
those
like
types
a
of
fucking
injuries,
asshole
are
out of
done
a fucking
in many
Rocco Siegfried
busy
fucking
emergency
movie,
rooms,
dude.
right in the emergency room, and that's what I have expertise in.
Did the rotation at the, you just said busy hospital that you were at, did the rotation when you were training, were you required to take a part of the training in emergency orthopedics?
I was required to take a 1-month rotation in orthopedics.
Now, you were asked during cross-examination at this voir dire about one particular specialized training that you had involving motor vehicle accidents, and you, in response to a question from Mr. Brennan, agreed that that particular course was rudimentary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you take that course that you referred to as rudimentary?
It was around 1979.
And what profession did you have when you took this rudimentary course that you were asked about?
I was a police officer at that time.
And since that one rudimentary course that you had, have you had further training with regard and experience to humans injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, much.
And describe the much that experience and training you've had in that area.
Well, during my 29 years working in the emergency department, we saw motor vehicle accident victims on every shift. And usually there were multiple victims on every shift. So that was part of it. Plus we had lectures and seminars on motor vehicle accidents, victims.
And is your focus in your testimony, both in June of this year and in December of this year, on wounds from motor vehicle accidents or how motor vehicle accidents occur?
So as a physician, my focus is on the wounds and injuries caused by motor vehicle accidents and how to diagnose and treat them.
So are you sitting as a medical doctor giving opinions on medical causation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
During cross-examination, in this hearing, you were asked about whether you were an expert in accident reconstruction. Is being an expert in accident reconstruction necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Does an emergency medicine physician need to be an expert in accident reconstruction to evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents in the emergency department?
No.
In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
Is accident reconstruction even relevant to the practice of emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician and expert in accident reconstruction a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
During cross-examination in this hearing, you were also asked about whether you have a degree in biomechanics. In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician who is an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Is being an expert in biomechanics necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician is an expert in the field of biomechanics a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
In your 29 years of experience as a medical doctor, where do most people go for the treatment of acute injuries from motor vehicle accidents?
The emergency
The
room.
emergency department.
Do you know, or have you had any experience where a person who has an acute injury from a motor vehicle accident goes to an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Do you know whether anybody who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, acute injury, goes to an expert in accident reconstruction?
Stop it.
On cross in this hearing,
I don't know what the fuck just happened. Hold on. Why did it boot out of that?
Would you repeat that question?
sure. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in December and the report that you prepared dated December 9th, was that about self-defense or defensive wounds?
My testimony was about defensive wounds, not self-defense.
What's the difference between self-defense and defensive wounds?
Well, I believe self-defense is something like martial arts and the study and techniques of defending oneself from an attack. That's what I believe self-defense is.
Self-defense.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about whether not observing how a wound to the posterior side of a forearm occurred provided you with sufficient context to determine whether a wound was a defensive wound. What context did you have with regard to the wounds on the right arm of the decedent to reach your conclusion that those wounds were defensive wounds?
Well, the context is the configuration, the location of the wounds, and the presence of a dog.
In the cross in this hearing, you've been asked whether you have observed how wounds are created.
Right.
In your experience, do emergency physicians or forensic pathologists?
Dr. Russell, in your opinion, was Chloe the dog a swinger?
Emergency medicine physicians and forensic pathologists, nonetheless, often reach medical diagnostic conclusions without observing how the wounds are created.
Yes, they do.
And is that a common or uncommon practice for emergency medicine physicians?
Well, that's common.
How common?
I think it's fairly common.
You were also asked whether someone could, and this is on cross in this hearing, whether someone could incur wounds to the posterior side of the forearm if they fall to the ground backwards. Did the wounds to the right arm of the decedent in this case arise from him falling to the ground backwards?
No.
Why not?
Because of the configuration and the pattern of the wounds.
And do you come to that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about when someone hits a moving or a floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic and changing all the time, and the hitting concept. Can you please explain the question that was posed to you about moving, floating objects and hitting objects and how you evaluated those issues with respect to the decedent in this case?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Doctor, did you understand the question?
Not exactly.
Okay, ask the question differently.
On cross, you were asked about when someone hits a moving or floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic or change. Can you please explain those concepts in that question and how you analyze them with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Okay. When there is movement and there is contact, there is movement of the, for lack of a better word, inflicting object, such as a tooth or something else. There is movement along the skin during the period of time in which they are in contact. That's what I understood that I was being asked.
On cross-examination, you were asked several questions about pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology. And you were asked about the development, that's what I want to start with, of your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds. How did you develop your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Well, as I testified earlier, I've seen many, many, many dog bite victims. And sometimes I was able to talk to, I closely examined their wounds. And not only examined, but evaluated, treated. But in many cases, I was also able to talk to them and ask them about how the wounds were inflicted. And I did this over and over and over again, hundreds of times. I think I testified to about at least 500 times over the years. So as you do that, you learn. You know, you recognize, you get sharper. So that's how I did.
And did you also edit any peer-reviewed publications that were relevant to pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology?
Yes, I did. Now, pattern recognition in general, first of all, pattern recognition in general is a really important feature of medicine. It's critical. It's so important. And we start learning pattern recognition from medical school, from the beginning of medical school, learning how to recognize patterns of cells in pap smears and biopsies, patterns of cells. That's what a lot of pathology is, pattern recognition. And so, and even radiologists use pattern recognition when they look at x-rays of pneumonia, for instance. Different pneumonias have different patterns. So pattern recognition is something that I've been doing since, beginning of medical school, and actually a little bit before medical school. So that was 50 years ago, I think. 40 years ago.
Pattern recognition some novel or unscientific process, or is it rooted in evidence-based medical science?
Oh, it's definitely evidence-based medical science. And in fact, there are textbooks on how to recognize certain patterns. So there, for instance, in pathology and, in medicine, there are textbooks on how to tell if somebody's got liver cancer or somebody's got, some other disease. This is pattern recognition for the most part. And x-rays too. It's in textbooks. There are huge textbooks and numerous textbooks written about this.
Is pattern recognition methodology that you've been testifying about, is that generally accepted in the medical community?
Pattern recognition as a methodology? Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Leslie, we're going to take our break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
All right. So yeah, Beth's not even listening. So All right, so I've got. Let me just get out of this real quick. Why is that not a thing here? Here we go. All right, let me do this instead. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up. I've got the motion here for the ARCA experts thing. Hank Brennan filed a motion today to exclude ARCA witnesses. And I'm going to share those. And so, yeah, we're going to go over that, but we're going to do that quickly because I also want to catch up on Turtle Boy's case as well, because that's happening today as well. And obviously, that's just not some quick in and out that is taking place. What in the hell? No, I just sent that shit. Dude, hello. I know I fucking sent that shit. No. What in the... What in the... Dude, I know I just sent that shit. I'm gonna have to fucking send it again. It's gonna annoy me that I gotta do that. Hello. Hello. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. So right here, notice of the Commonwealth's intention to exclude ARCA witnesses Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschiller for expected inability to comply with MRCP discovery obligations. Interesting. Now comes the Commonwealth and respectfully provides notice to the defendant and this honorable court that at some point prior to trial, it expects to move to preclude ARCA witnesses Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschiller from testifying at trial. It is possible that the defense may intend to call one or both witnesses at trial. As proponents of the witnesses, it is incumbent upon the proponent to comply with Rule 14 discovery obligations. The obligation is not dependent upon best efforts of fault. Rather, it is simply the obligation of the proponent of the witness to comply. The witness and complexity of the ARCA witnesses' employment and directives are muddled and unnecessary to recount for the purposes of this notice. What? Let's read that one more time. The history and complexity of the ARCA witnesses' employment and directives are muddled and unnecessary to recount for the purposes of this notice. Rather, it is expected that if the defense attempts to proffer either or both potential witnesses, it will be unable to comply with Rule 14 obligations. The Commonwealth does not allege that the defense will be negligent or unwilling to comply. Rather, it is unexpected that given the handling and employment of these witnesses, the defense will simply be unable to meet this obligation. So basically what they're saying here, very interesting, folks. Excuse me. The Commonwealth provides this notice prior to any hearing or filing a notice, and that's just, yeah, that's Hank Brennan, blah, 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 blah. Motions for reciprocal discovery pertaining to employees of ARCA. The purpose of this notice is to alert the defense and the court of the Commonwealth's expected position given the trial date and the impact exclusion would have upon the defense. So that's very interesting. Because what they're saying is it's just so up in the air. We don't really know exactly the nature in which why they were hired to even conduct their studies. It's all muddied and stuff. This whole FBI business that's took place here, we don't really know what that means. So how can they possibly meet discovery? How could they possibly meet the requirements of Rule 14? Excuse me. Yeah. I mean, so that's what he's trying to say. He's saying, oh, well, you know, we don't have all the details. This is what he's trying to pull here. This is the shit that Brennan is trying to pull here. He's saying, because remember, the last motion that they filed in regards to the ARCA expert is they wanted to know everything. They wanted to know who the Josh Levy's witnesses were. They wanted to subpoena Josh Levy's United States Attorney's Office for records for who their witnesses were. They wanted to know everything about the investigation into Michael Morrissey's office. And since Josh Levy's office was basically like, no, we're not doing that. This guy's trying to say now, well, since they failed to do that, we have to question the validity and credibility of these experts. We have to question the validity, the credibility of their testimony. That's what they're trying to say here. That's what Brennan's trying to pull here. So, very, very interesting here. Now, let's go back to Turtle Boy's case here. Now, one thing that we know, I don't have any real updates just yet. Because everything is about Brennan badgering Dr. Russell here. Now, Christina Rex, her at least she acknowledged this fact that they were hired by the DOJ. Motion here from prosecutors, it was actually the FBI, but I mean, DOJ, whatever, same thing. They want to exclude ARCA experts Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschler, who were hired by the DOJ as part of a federal investigation from the next Karen Reed trial. Grant posted something else here. So Grant, doing what he does, in other words, lying, posted a few things here. But I mean, in all fairness, I'd have to know what happened in court. But Grant says Aiden Carney now admits that he was cheating on his then wife with Lindsay Gattani, and that Carney was planning to end the relationship with his wife while dating Lindsay. Oh dear God, Aiden loved Lindsay, and after she rejected him, he threatened self-harm. And then he reposted this other thing on Cross, one of Aiden Turtle Boy's witnesses, a woman who has been attacking Lindsay Gattani and her children for weeks, has just exposed herself to potential perjury by saying she did not know about these court documents related to Christy Catrone. I don't know who that is. So what does this say here? I don't know what this is. Plaintiff versus Christy. I don't know who that is, but what is this? Oh, okay. So it's a custody thing here. Which I don't really see the point of. I mean, let me look at it here real quick. Because I don't want to dox kids, you know what I mean? But it doesn't look like the kids' names are mentioned. The plaintiff father brings his contempt, alleging in part that defendant mother swears and uses profanity and epithets and inflammatory language on a regular basis in front of the children. While no precise language of the divorce judgment expressly precludes this, there is nevertheless a general requirement of good faith and fair dealings between ex-spouses. Thus, while I found the defendant not guilty of contempt, I may still issue remedial orders. This is that Christy Schneider, whoever that is. I don't know who that person is. How is Grant explaining that again? That she didn't know about these court documents related. Okay, well, I mean, but who gives a shit? And I guess the person that he's referring to, I guess the person that he's referring to is this Mary person. And while we're on break, I'm going to go ahead and read this Mary person's her affidavit. Now, I read this last night when I was live, but pertaining to Aiden's case today, it's a big deal. Because this person who was a friend of fake victim, this person who was her friend, I guess after witnessing so much behavior, realized that she was a fucking psycho hose beast, and then decided to speak up. So says here her name is Mary Bagwell. I live in Mansfield, Massachusetts, and I work in the finance and accounting industry. I'm also a single mother of two sons, 17 and 29 years of age. I was first introduced to Lindsay Gattani through a mutual friend. Now, this is fun. This first incident here, June 18th, 2024. This is just a little over 6 months ago. Lindsay Gattani audio called into our group messenger chat. She had her 3 kids in the car with her. Now, we know she has 4, but she had 3 of them in the car with her, according to this. And she started screaming and yelling at a group of guys in a car that were coming down a one-way street, and she was trying to go up a one-way street. So she was going the wrong way down a one-way street, but yelling at the car that was going the right way. She ended up stopping the car in the middle of the intersection, pulling a knife out and threatening them. Now, mind you, this is while she has her 3 kids in the car. While she has her 3 kids in the car, and while she is on a group phone call, a group voice chat with members of this private messenger group. And while she does this, while she's on the phone with this private messenger group, while she's sitting at an intersection because she went down the wrong way on a one-way street with her children in the car, yelling and screaming at people who were going the right way, at this intersection, she pulls out a Gattani blade and starts threatening dudes with it. Strangers. These men could have been dangerous. She ended up stopping the car in the middle of the intersection, pulling a Gattani blade out and threatening them. And she abandoned the kids in the car. She left her kids in the car while she went after these guys with a knife. She yelled out their license plate number. Then she got back in the car. I said, Lindsay, you just abandoned your kids in the middle of an intersection and pulled a knife out. Sorry, guys. I'm still getting over being sick. So this married person says, Lindsay, you just abandoned your kids in the middle of an intersection and pulled a knife out. And then she told me to calm down. The kids are fine. All of us were in shock and we all got quiet. June 28th, 2024, first protest I went to, I met Lindsay and the other protesters at the Tahiti restaurant. Lindsay came out of the bathroom and said, Mary, and out of the bathroom said, Mary, and came over to me and gave me a hug. After a few minutes, we all got into our cars and headed to the protest area. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
I bet LG forgot the closet baby in the closet. Grant's pants. I love it. This is fucking crazy, dude. First protest I went to, I met Lindsay and the other protesters at the Tahiti restaurant. Lindsay came out of the bathroom, said Mary, and came over to me and gave me a hug. After a few minutes, we all got into our cars and headed to the protest area. July 2nd, 2024, I met Lindsay and the other protesters at our usual protesting area prior to me meeting them. I got lost. I asked a Dedham police officer for directions. I found my way. I walked past Aiden Carney. He didn't notice me. I then walked across the street where I saw Lindsay and told her I just saw Aiden across the street. She said, "Why the fuck is he here? Is he violating the restraining order?" I said, "No, he's far enough away. He's not in violation." Her reaction surprised me because she seemed very angry he was there and showed no signs of fear to me. So she's supposed to be scared, right? She's supposed to be scared of Turtle Boy. And instead, she's angry. She's like, "Why the fuck is he here?" But she's like, but Mary's telling her, "Hey, it's all good. You know, like he's not even near you. Don't worry about it. He's not in violation. He's not here to bother you." But she's just trying to calm her down as far as being angry. She wasn't, this was more what she's stating here is, and what she's implying is this is more about control for Lindsay rather than it was about fear. Worrying about whether or not Aiden Carney was going to harm her in some way. A little while later, we heard the jurors were heading back to the jury room to deliberate. So we all made our way back to our cars. Lindsay drove me from the Tahiti restaurant to the protest area, so I rode back with her. As soon as we got into the car, Lindsay started saying, "I can't believe Aiden showed up. He has a lot of fucking nerve," and that she was so pissed at Tully for lying to her about promising to make sure Aiden wouldn't get her whole contents of her phone. Just what he was just what he was entitled to. She said, "I never would have agreed to hand my phone over to them. I told her I was so sorry that she was going through this, but everything will be okay." Now, this is interesting. So she's pissed off that Tully guaranteed that all that Turtle Boy was going to be able to see was the stuff that was relevant to the case. But I mean, the problem with that is that it's her phone and it's up for discovery. They could go through anything on the phone. They can go through anything on the phone if they find anything that is exculpatory to Aiden's case. I mean, if he's accusing her of framing him, well, then there's got to be communications in there. I mean, we know that a lot of what is in those Betero letters is based on what they found in Lindsay's phone. So she's pissed off. She started yelling, "No, it won't be okay. My kids' birth records, school records, doctor contacts, pictures, all my personal private stuff he now has." She started talking about the night her and Aiden fought. She said Aiden took notes in a notebook from her phone, and when Aiden was not looking, she ripped the pages out of the notebook. She put them down in her shirt. She said Aiden noticed the notes were gone and asked her what she did with them and to give them back. She said she ran into the bathroom, locked the door, and called Ken Mello, but he didn't answer. She said, now this is very important. She said Aiden didn't push her on the couch or assault her. He was just grabbing at the papers. I told her, "You need to tell the truth." She said, I have to stick with what I already said. At this point, she was screaming and crying, so I told her to calm down. I gave her a tissue and told her to wipe her face. I felt so bad for her. I mean,
oh, here we go. Yes.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare
Robin G, thank you so much. Go back to where you pointed out girl under Venmo and circled it with the mouse. Blonde waves at camera after looking at smartwatch. Good catch, Wendy. That's funny. Yeah, this whole thing is fucking wild. I felt so bad for her. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, yeah, thank you for that, Robin G, but I'm gonna stick to the Turtle Boy updates for the moment, and then if I can remember, I'll check that out. But I felt so bad for her, I didn't know what to do. She seemed like she felt bad for what she did. Over the next few days, I tried to support and encourage her and told her I know it's hard being a single mom because I'm a single mom too. On July 8th, 2024, both Lindsay and I were at a pool party and she showed up drunk and disheveled with her kids. I observed a half a bottle of wine was already gone. She shoved it in the tote bag. There was 3 times my son saved Lindsay's kids from drowning in the pool. She was thankful. And she even gave him $20 for helping her. So here, her son, who I'm guessing is probably the 17-year-old, her son saved her kids 3 times from drowning in the pool because this bitch was so lushed on wine, carrying a bottle of wine in a tote bag while taking her kids into a pool and not being able to properly supervise them. And since she was unable to properly supervise them because she was fucking drunk, this poor woman, Mary's 17-year-old son, had to intervene and jump in the pool 3 times to help save her kids and make sure that they didn't drown because this bitch was too drunk to do it. On July 16th, 2024, Lindsay called me, told me how court went with her kid's father. I brought up the concerns I had of her drinking and driving with the kids and the knife incident. She started yelling at me that I better watch myself, that she will come after me. I started to distance myself from her and everyone else in the group. She started yelling at me that I better watch myself, that she will come after me. And so she started distancing herself from everyone else in the group. And this is part of the reason why, folks, we don't see the Food Stamp 5 marching together anymore. We always see just like half-ass Kim Fair. That's all we ever see. On July 16th, I already read that. September 23rd, 2024, Lindsay and I talked on the phone. I raised concerns again about her drinking and driving with the kids and the knife incident. She started screaming at me, calling me a bitch, and to worry about my own fucking kids. She said, I better stop talking, that you don't know who you're fucking with, and I will come to your house and beat your ass in front of your kids, she said. This is what Lindsay told Mary. December 10th, 2024, Lindsay called me 8 times. Okay, this is just last month. Lindsay called me 8 times from a blocked number. The 8th blocked number I answered. She was screaming and yelling and threatened to kill me and that she would rip my fucking head off, come to my house, and murder me and my kids. Do you understand me, you stupid bitch? I called 911 and 2 police officers came out to my house. At the recommendation of Officer Kelly, I went to the courthouse that day and got a harassment prevention order against Lindsay and it was granted. Remember that? Wasn't that long ago. December 24th, 2024, the harassment prevention order was extended for a year. The threats of murder made by Lindsay Gattani to my children and myself has greatly affected us, and I am in constant fear of my child's lives and mine. And she should be. Think about it. These are a bunch of irrational Turtle Boy haters that are targeting this poor woman. A bunch of wild, crazy, rabid Turtle Boy haters that have targeted this poor woman. And she's leading the charge against the evil Turtle Boy because she claims to be a victim of domestic violence who's not taking it anymore. Right? But that's not what's going on here. This is a psychotic asshole who recruited a bunch of like-minded psychotic fucks who psychotically hate, who hate Turtle Boy on a psychotic level. And in order to show off in front of them, she decides she's going to harass this poor woman for simply trying to get her to do the right thing. Like, whether you like this guy or not, you're lying about him, and you don't have to lie about him. You're weaponizing the law against this man. Can't do that shit. Are we here for justice or are we not? This is the one person in that whole fucking farce of a group of people, fake ass group of people who are claiming they want justice, but they don't know anything about justice. This is the only person out of that whole group is going, wait a minute, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's absolutely wild, man. And we still don't have any updates from Turtle Boy himself. And that's the thing is I have another affidavit, but I have to make sure that it was submitted today and everything is on the up and up to where I can share it. I need permission. So I'm not ready to do that yet.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Tracy 617, thank you so much. Always outraged by the Commonwealth. Thank you, Clubber, for your cameos and making me smile. Huge hugs to you, buddy. Yeah, he's getting awfully restless, man. You gotta knock that shit off, dude. Cut it out. Like, I know you're so spoiled because the last fucking week I've been just laid up in bed cuddling with you, and now you got used to it. You got used to it. And we're not doing that today. Those days are over. Why is my tree still up, Cherry? Because I just said, because I've been sick. And it's pretty. It's very pretty. And mostly because Die Hard is a Christmas movie. That's why. So go fuck yourself. Now let's see what's going on with
doesn't work that way anymore.
Well, depends on what town you live in, actually.
You know, but look, if you look at your arm and you bend your elbow and you have a dog coming to the top, and if John's angle of his elbow is any which way, like up, down, lower, to the right to his chest,
All
out
right,
wide,
make sure.
of course the angles are going to be different. How can you take?
Right, exactly. Make sure to subscribe to Seeking Justice with Tom and Mike, and give the video that I just dropped in the chat a like. Do that for me, please. Stop what you're doing right now and do that.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare
Galaxy Girl, thank you. Trees should stay up till a little after Christmas at least, which was yesterday. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't really give a shit. But thank you. Appreciate it. Cover. Knock that shit off. All right, let's see what Tom and Mike are saying.
Yeah. It was fucking wild, dude. It's like one of the wildest things I've ever seen.
Really?
I like Mike without the
And he
beard.
went at it for 4 hours.
Non-stop, huh?
Non-stop, dude. Like, he wouldn't even give her time to finish answering the question.
I love that.
I sent the court TV video to Tom's ex account before the
He
court
wasn't
started
interested
today.
in
Okay.
any of her actual answers. Like,
Oh,
why are you asking
God.
questions if you're not going to let her answer?
Trying to look in. Hey, so I saw my friend Ted Daniels this morning again.
Yeah.
My
Yes,
boy,
he
he knows
does.
me.
Yeah. Yes, he does, Tom. Yeah, he does.
Kind of happy
He's
about
in-
that.
Yeah, he's been tweeting this the regular shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if Grant was tweeting inside the other courthouse or HW. Yeah.
He got in trouble again.
What for?
He was taking pictures of people in the video and people in the courthouse.
He was. I mean, he posted it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. No video.
He's fucking. He keeps doing that too.
A couple times too. Like Dr. Russell would be like, "Excuse me," to like, "Hey, Brennan, like, what'd you just say to me?" You know what I mean? And she kept on going back to him. That's not what I said.
Do it.
And she,
Do
it's
it,
the truth.
SD.
But he kept on trying to tell her that's what you told me.
Do
And
it,
she's like,
SD.
no.
So the planet game of gotcha with words, right?
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
that is. That's
They're trying
all.
they're trying to play on her like 30 years of the business that you've never written anything down or wrote a book, what's your peer reviews and it's all kinds of stuff. Anything. He's grasping, dude. He's totally grasping. But in this court, you never know what's going to happen.
SD, do you want to come up here and spill the tea? People in chat are asking. They're saying I should send you a link and you come up here and spill the tea. Let me know if you want a link and I'll send you one.
Defense. Huge win. But who knows? Maybe they don't stop there. Maybe they try to find another dog expert.
What?
I don't know.
I just sent Shelby a tweet from Grant. She put that on the screen.
He's probably all upset that his girlfriend's getting.
Working on it. Is it in Messenger?
All right.
Yeah.
Then.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, Millie Little has a dog expert. I've seen that one. Yep.
And you know what you didn't hear about? Who had John's phone? Because Proctor never went to 34 Fairview.
Here's the
How did he
thing.
get it?
Brennan asked Dr. Russell, did you know that his phone was underneath him? Did you know there was taillights splattered all over the ground? Like that's not what we're here for. here for. Here to see if those are dog bites.
Damn.
Can you believe he said that to her?
Yeah, here, listen to this. Josh Levy's.
Yeah, like I don't understand that shit. Like he just kept asking her all these fucking bullshit irrelevant questions. Like, dude, I know about dog bites. That's it. They asked me if those fucking look like dog bites. I said, yeah. It's that simple. I don't know shit about fucking DNA. I don't know shit about fucking tail lights. Now, I know what pedestrians who have been hit by cars look like. And that doesn't look like anything. That looks more like a dog attack than a vehicular pedestrian accident. It just doesn't look like that. What's he looking up?
Grant. I'm with Grant.
Are you going to read it? Oh, I don't know what happened to it. On the 4th of February, so you'll have the new Attorney General there. So this will be interesting. You know, and this Attorney General, I forget her name, but I guess she's
U.S. Attorney.
She's going to go after it, man. She's not going to stop.
So.
Yeah. I mean, how do you let a case like that die? You can't. You know, you can't let that go away. Obviously, the guy's in bracelets in jail.
This is just today has just been a whole clusterfuck of just brain clusterfuck of mind fucking.
Yeah. So is the grand jury is that confirmed?
No.
All right.
Although from where it came from, I would say it's better than not.
Okay. Okay. People are just asking about it. I said I can't confirm it, but it's possible.
That's not true. They had objections.
Popular talk.
What?
Read the screen, Tommy.
Yeah. That's all you, girl.
Yeah, don't forget, Tom. You have to reach out to Pam Bondi, the new the United States Attorney General. You got
I can see that response. Yeah, when hell freezes over, kid.
That's fucked up because
you want what?
Still in court.
I thought RVA had a relative or something like that with her.
Yeah, the incoming press secretary for the new commander in chief. How about that?
Which is Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
So
no. Different,
no?
Shelby. Shelby, different.
I'm so confused.
Press secretary gets up there every day and talks to the press.
I know who the press secretary is.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the one we know. That's right. Okay, yeah.
Witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial
I'm gonna leave
when
you with
there's
this
police
guy
reports
for a
and evidence
second.
that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses.
I'm sorry. What was that, Hank? I didn't catch that.
It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses.
Is it possible, though, to have a fair trial when there's police reports that contradict witnesses?
It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses.
But can you have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict the witnesses that take the stand and testify? Is that possible? Can that be done, Mr. Hank Brennan?
It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses. It's impossible to have a fair trial when there's police reports and evidence that contradict witnesses.
We love it. We love it. This guy's really looking out for justice, bro. I'm a big fan. All right, let's see what Not Haley's posting here. For a pros petition here, she didn't do horribly from a prosecutor from a procedural standpoint, but frankly, in this type of hearing, impressing the court with your knowledge of the courtroom basic etiquette isn't really a factor in demonstrating objective. Okay. Yeah, all he's doing is adding commentary. He's not actually telling us what's happening in the courtroom. Oh, okay. All right. So Aiden took the stand for this. Let me take a look at something here, and then I'll use my better judgment whether or not I can share it or not. Wow. Only 96% of you thought that Judge Beverly Canoni is corrupt? Out of 1,300, out of almost 1,400 votes, only 96% of you guys think that that Judge Bev's dirty? Wow. Only 96%. Only 96%. Let's see here real quick. Yeah, this is so I'm gonna go ahead. Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and make a administrative decision here, and I'm gonna read. What's up, buddy? What do you want? What do you want? I love you too. Okay, we'll hang out later. I promise. Yeah, I don't know how much truth is to any of this. Somebody is telling me that Tom is saying that Josh Levy's office had called for a grand jury, and the McAlberts are going to be called. So I don't know. How are we going to know? And that LG cross-examined Mary. But I mean, we don't know what that was, but so Lindsay did not get an attorney. So she cross-examined herself. She cross-examined Mary. So Mary took the stand, and that's the person whose affidavit I just read. So I'm imagining she's going to testify to those things. And what I'm also imagining is that she was cross-examined. I think the only thing that's left to know is what happened in that cross-examination. But I'm going to read Turtle Boy's after David, since he is on the stand. This has already been filed. It is public record at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and read that. And it states as follows. I ask this court to deny the plaintiff, Lindsay Gattani's request to extend the restraining order imposed on me on January 8th, 2024. It is not necessary. Excuse me. It is not necessary and is currently being used by the plaintiff as a weapon to try to have me charged with the crime. This order severely restricts my right to travel freely and exercise my First Amendment rights. Ironically, the issuance of this order has left me in a constant fear of the plaintiff, as she has repeatedly stated that her goal is to have me violated and sent to jail. I have never attempted to make any contact with the plaintiff since the issuance of the order, as I don't want to be anywhere near her or even speak to her again. However, since the issuance of the order, the plaintiff has attempted to file multiple criminal complaints against me with the with the Medfield Police Department for alleged third-party violations of the order. She is extremely active on social media and frequently gets into arguments with people who use anonymous accounts. She has baselessly accused me of being behind the anonymous accounts and accused me of ordering the third-party accounts to contact her. These allegations are without any merit, which is why the police have never filed any criminal charges. In a May YouTube stream, she expressed her frustration over this and demanded that police do their jobs, quote unquote. The existence of the existence of the order leaves me in constant fear of being arrested based on her lies. And court's at lunch break. We got about 4 minutes, so I'll just keep reading this. Last year, when the order was extended for 1 year, the plaintiff said that she was in fear of imminent serious physical harm because she claimed I had assaulted her by pushing her onto a couch, leading to an assault and battery charge. Since then, a grand jury chose not to indict me due to a lack of probable cause, and the district attorney's office chose to drop the charges in district court. No assault ever occurred, and the plaintiff was never in fear of serious physical harm because I was never a physical danger to her. As Mary Bagwell had testified, or at least in her affidavit stated in a sworn affidavit. Most shockingly, a witness named Mary Bagwell, a former friend of the plaintiff, has come forward and will give testimony that the plaintiff confided in her that the assault on December 24th, 2023 never occurred. The plaintiff called Miss Bagwell on the phone in early December and threatened to come to Miss Bagwell's house and murder her and her children. This recording will be entered into evidence and was used as the basis for a full-year harassment prevention order against Ms. Catani and pending criminal charges from the Mansfield Police Department. Ms. Catani's own mother reached out to me to offer support when she found out about her daughter's abusive behavior. When Ms. Catani found out about this, she sent threatening messages to her own mother in an attempt to scare her from speaking with me about Lindsay's history of abusive behavior. Her mother informed me that Ms. Catani had also fabricated assault claims against her own father in 2012, which led to charges that were eventually dropped. The relationship I had, quote unquote relationship, I had with the plaintiff was brief and hardly could be called a relationship at all. Throughout the brief 3-month fling, the plaintiff was regularly abusive to me, constantly degrading me, saying horrific things about my family and children, and threatening to come to my house. In November of 2023, I had a panic attack over this and sent her a video while I was in distress. She has since published that video in order to mock me while I was in crisis. When I expressed a desire to end the relationship, the plaintiff pretended to be pregnant by sending me pictures of what we now know are old pregnancy pictures from a previous pregnancy. She saw the emotional harm this was doing to me and used the fake pregnancy to manipulate me into continuing to see her. When I finally got the courage to stand up to her and refused to go to her apartment on December 9th, 2023, she called me on the phone threatening to, quote unquote, drop that fetal alcohol syndrome baby off at your house and party my fucking life away. She went on to say that ending the relationship with her would be the biggest regret of your life, quote unquote. Finally, she promised to weaponize the judicial system against me by saying, "You think things are bad now? You think 9 felony charges are bad? Just wait till you see what's coming next. I'm going to be your worst fucking nightmare. I will fucking destroy you." On December 22nd, 2023, she informed me that she was a witness in a grand jury proceeding and asked me to come to her apartment. When I told her I didn't want to, she then told me that she wanted to talk about the fake pregnancy in person. Knowing that I would not abandon her if she was actually pregnant, it was all a lie that she used to lure me to her apartment, where she had planned to falsely accuse me of assault and battery, witness intimidation, which we later discovered in text messages found in her cell phone extraction. On December 24th, 2023, Ms. Katani wanted me to sleep over and would not let me leave her apartment. We heard recordings of this, folks. When I told her I wanted to leave, she stole my personal property and told me I could have it back in the morning. When I still expressed a desire to leave, I told her I began recording for my protection and then woke up her 4 young children, aged 2, 3, 5, 12, and 3, at 3 a.m., ages 2, 3, 5, and 12 at 3 a.m. and told them that they were driving to my house to have a self-induced abortion in my driveway. Now, we heard the recording of this, folks. I played it not that long ago. And it wasn't the first time I played it. She threatened to crash her car and write a suicide note blaming me, so I reluctantly agreed to her demands since I was worried about the safety of her children. She had pretended to kill herself multiple times during our brief relationship, whether I expressed a desire to end the relationship. Since the extension of this order, the plaintiff has constantly used social media to harass and disparage not only me, but members of my family and my girlfriend. She has disparaged and addressed me over 300 times in tweets, all documented, and YouTube videos since getting the original order last year. When my mother died in late June, she tweeted out taunts directed at me, expressing her glee in my mother's passing from pancreatic cancer. Her false claims of assault robbed me of 2 of the last months of my mother's life. She bragged about being the first person to get an order on me and send me to jail, and treats the very serious issue of domestic violence as a game to be won. Now, I'm going to continue reading this, just not right now. To be continued. But the fan is back, y'all. Give it up for the fan, y'all. Give it up for the fan. I know you missed it. I know you missed it. I missed it. It's Turtle Boy's biggest fan right there. It's actually Brennan's. It's Brennan's biggest fan. So I thought court was back in session. Hello. Hello. I'm so glad you're here today, Mr. Jackson. Did you take that red eye that I recommended? Because Cherry, The fan is on because even in Massachusetts, courtrooms take place in Georgia, Savannah to be exact. I don't know if you've ever seen a court movie, but they all take place in Savannah, Georgia, and everybody's sweating and it's always hot. Always. Every time. Every fucking time. Even in Massachusetts. It's a Savannah, Georgia courtroom. Now, Your Honor, I would urge, Your Honor, to instruct this jury to listen to the evidence. Okay? The evidence is overwhelming, Your Honor. It is overwhelming, Your Honor. Tarnation. What makes you think that this jury is going to believe this nonsense? All right, we're back. We're back, folks. Here we go.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We left off talking about pattern recognition and your pattern recognition methodology. Are there patterns to dog-inflicted wounds from civilian dogs?
Yes.
What are the patterns?
Oh, there are several patterns. There could be just simple abrasions and grouped abrasions. There can be, depending on the depth of the injury, there can be what they call the hole and tear pattern if the teeth penetrated through the skin. There can be a variety of patterns, including parallel lines and others.
Is there support in the medical literature for these patterns and your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Can you name the authors of any peer-reviewed studies supporting the patterns and pattern methodology?
Yes, so the two come to mind right now, and one is written by Demunic and et al. And there's another one with Dr. Pollock et al.
And to help our stellar stenographer, Demunic is DemunnyNck. If you could please turn to exhibit number 33 that is in front of you.
Yes.
Let me know when you have that
I have
exhibit.
I have it.
Do you recognize? Oh, is this the Demunic peer-reviewed article that you were just referring to?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do, Dr. Russell, is to point out where in this article there is the rooting of the pattern and pattern methodology, recognition methodology that you've been testifying to. Where is it located? And with the court's permission, I'd like you to read the specific sentences and paragraphs where that methodology is rooted in it.
Tell us first, because if it's a whole page, we're not going to do that.
It's not a whole page, Your Honor.
Let's just see
Yep.
where it is.
Okay, on page 298. The second paragraph on the left-hand side. Okay.
Your Honor, it's not going to be reading a whole page, it's just the portions of this. Is that acceptable
So
to
you
the
can
court?
read a portion of that paragraph, Doctor? Because what you're trying to do is convince me, right? And these are
Understood.
in evidence, so.
Can
you
you
tell
read
me
a
where it
portion
is,
of that,
please?
Doctor?
So left-hand
Right, first
column.
paragraph, second paragraph. Where do
Second
you start?
paragraph. So it's part of the second, the third, and the fourth parts. So it says, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower jaw. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxillar, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed.
And then if you could skip to the next paragraph, because we want to follow the court's direction not to read everything, just trying to focus on the key aspects. Is there something in the next paragraph that also supports it?
Okay, yes. Okay, the above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites.
Can you tell us what that sentence means? And does that sentence have any relation to the concept of pattern recognition?
Yes, it does.
Explain how.
Okay. Well, so they're talking, well, first of all, the previous paragraph was talking about the dentition of the dogs and how there's some variation in the dentition. And then this next sentence says the above features attribute to or relate to or are relevant to the characteristics of what the dog bites would look like.
And then as you continue on in that paragraph, again, not reading every sentence, but is there another part of the paragraph that continues over on to the next page that also supports your testimony that this is talking about pattern recognition methodology?
Yes. So it goes on to say that the puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one
Round
side
hole.
that serves as an
How did
anchorage,
Cherry get put into evidence?
while the
Am
other
I right?
teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretch lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to each other, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of the prominent canines, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does what you just read establish the pattern and the pattern recognition methodology for dog bites?
Objection. The objection sustained asked the question differently.
What do you conclude from the language you just read with regard to patterns and pattern recognition methodology?
Well, I conclude that patterns are important, and they are what I call highly representative, but they call pathognomonic, meaning that there is nothing else that causes those.
Let's focus on the word, people pronounce it differently,
Yeah.
pathognomonic. What does pathognomonic mean in medicine?
Pathognomonic, to me, I believe it means that you can make a diagnosis based on these factors that are present to the exclusion of any other diagnosis because they are so specific.
So we talked about on your direct, and it was raised on cross, the concept of a differential diagnosis, right?
Yes.
When you have pathognomonic features, is it required to even have a differential diagnosis?
Not really,
Why?
because the pathognomonic features mean that you have the entity or the condition that that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next two paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
In conclusion, to identify a lesion as a dog bite wound, it should have ragged and irregular wound edges, show multiple parallel linear scratches or drying scuff abrasions, include a puncture wound and sometimes an avulsion with irregular borders resembling a dental arch print.
And could you please, as the last paragraph we'll focus on, read what you consider important in the next paragraph?
The shape of dog bite wounds depends on the size and breed of the dog and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them.
Let's stop there. What does it mean to you when the author says, and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them?
So what that means is that if the bite does not include the full, well, let me back up. What it means is the appearance of the bite will vary depending on whether or not all of the teeth impacted the skin or just some of the teeth impacted the skin.
Please read the next sentence.
Only in ideal circumstances will a complete impression of all frontal teeth be found, and often only a prominent canine impression can be seen.
Is what you just read relevant at all to what you analyzed with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Very relevant.
How?
Because many of those wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were only partial bites. They did not have the complete dentition.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan saying various times that you have no support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is this support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is it direct support for the pattern recognition methodology you have applied in this case?
Yes.
Is there another article? You mentioned two, you mentioned Demunic and Pollock. So let's turn to, and Your Honor, this will be the second and last article.
Okay.
Please turn to Exhibit 34. And is this the Pollock, P-O-L-L-A-K, study that you have mentioned multiple times in your testimony and that's in your report?
Yes.
Please, like we just did with the Demunic article, please identify the portions of this study that support, you've testified, support your pattern recognition methodology.
Okay.
And let's
Well,
do
start
a
in the beginning.
seriatim from the beginning.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll do
please.
it from the beginning. So, so the first paragraph here.
Okay, the summary?
Yeah, this says summary. Yes, summary. In the absence of her parents, a girl of 4 months was killed by a 2-year-old male Rottweiler dog belonging to the same family. The
Oh my
dog's
God.
front teeth marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. There seems to be a word or two missing.
No, you missed a word. That's
I
okay.
did.
That's
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pattern of skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth.
Let's stop there. How does the sentence you just read, what's the key component of that sentence that supports your pattern recognition methodology?
That sentence, the pattern of skin lesions.
Now let's go down to the keywords. Is there anything in the keywords that supports and roots
Thank you,
your
Boston
opinion
Brandy.
that you've given several times that there's in dog bite wounds on humans, there's a pattern?
Yes, so there's about five or so keywords. One of them is injury pattern.
Why is there a section in many medical studies of key words?
So when you're researching, you can find the articles quickly.
And is there any importance to the use of key words when there is a study published?
Well, yes, because it's a key concept of the paper.
Please proceed to and I know it may take a little bit of time and with the court's permission, to the next section of this article that supports your opinion that there is a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there's a pattern recognition methodology used to discern them.
Well, I think the next significant section would be 3.2.
And what is the title of that section?
Morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean in the medical community?
Basically means form.
And could it mean something in addition to form?
Form, pattern, appearance, yes.
So with regard to morphology section, please identify the sections, the parts of the article under this section that you please read that.
Okay. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors also leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, round pressure marks, or streaky glide marks can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes: oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, interposition of textiles.
What does that mean? I'm going to stop you. What is interposition of textiles in layperson speak, and how, if at all, is that relevant to this case?
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes.
And what clothing specifically was that?
It was a hoodie type sweater.
Please continue reading.
Okay. Interposition of textiles, different tooth lengths, tooth loss, form and positional anomalies of the teeth.
And keep reading, please.
On the next page,
yes.
The spectrum of possible injury forms is extremely diverse. Depending on the type and intensity of local tissue damage, skin contusions with epithelial loss, linear abrasions, tears and/or crush wounds, as well as puncture-like lesions can be distinguished.
Thank you. So, do these studies directly or indirectly support your opinions in this case that there's both a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there is a pattern recognition methodology to discern them?
They do.
And is it direct or indirect support, these studies?
I believe this is direct.
And do you believe it's robust, these studies, or do you believe there's equivocation with regard
Robust.
to pathognomonic features?
No, I think it's robust. And these articles are cited elsewhere.
And are these articles, particularly the Demunic article, is the citation ubiquitous in the medical literature, or is it sporadic? Are there a lot of citations to Demunic in the medical literature, or are there only a few?
There were quite a few.
And do you recall the book that Mr. Brennan showed to you earlier on in the hearing?
Yes.
Does that book cite to Demunic as support for a section in the book?
It does.
Now, there was confusion. You can put those studies to the side for now, Dr. Russell. Thank you. Now, there was some confusion on cross-examination regarding where these articles could be found. Some were looking for them in your CV. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
All right, so I'll strike that part of it. Just go ahead without commentary and just ask the question, please.
Yes.
Be direct.
Sure. I will, Your Honor.
Look at how like he's getting shit.
Where are
done.
these
He's actually going
references-
somewhere with this.
Well, are the
and she's
references
rushing
to
him.
these articles in your CV, or are the references to these articles in your report?
In my report.
During cross-examination, it was stated that you, quote, suggested that you came to your pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people couldn't share with you or report to you the cause of the wound. Is that an accurate statement about how you develop your pattern recognition skills?
I don't know where that statement comes from.
I'm happy to provide it, or I could read
So
it.
let's strike that first part of it.
Okay.
I don't know where that statement comes from.
Again, this is
I don't
redirect, it's
know.
not cross-examination.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. Have you ever suggested that you came to pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people wouldn't share with you or report to you the cause of a wound?
No.
Would that be an accurate statement at all about how you develop pattern recognition skills?
No.
And why is that not accurate?
Because pattern recognition skills are again taught in various subjects in medical school. And I actually started even before medical school, but in medical school, they're taught in various subjects and in internship and residency. And that was long before I started interviewing patients, with the dog bites of unknown etiology.
Is pattern recognition common or uncommon in the practice of medicine?
Very common.
Can
Very
you please
common.
give some examples of
Pattern
pattern
recognition.
recognition and the use of pattern recognition methodology in the practice of medicine?
So I think she already did this before the break, right, doctor?
I mentioned it earlier with pathology, looking at biopsies.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Russell. This is about you, and so you've heard it, and I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to move on to a different section. You have been asked on cross.
Well, you heard
about
Brennan try to twist it.
Whether in your emergency department experiences, well, let me rephrase that. In your emergency department experiences with dog-inflicted wounds, have you ever gone to see the dog in question?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians need to go see the particular dog or any dog in question to determine whether a wound is from a dog as opposed to some other cause?
No.
Do you, Dr. Russell, need to go to the particular dog to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
No.
Have you ever heard of an emergency medicine physician needing to go visit a dog to evaluate and treat a wound from a dog? No. Is that a rational proposition?
I don't believe so.
Nice. Now, Brennan's not objecting either, which is interesting.
There was much discussion. Well, let me strike this. You were asked a number of questions about whether your testimony here for this hearing and your statements in your report are different from what you testified to in June 18 and June 21 of 2024. What I'd like to do is to compare the two and go through some questions with regard to that. So what I would like to do is to have you have Exhibit 35, which is the transcript of the December 12. Do you have that? It's a thick, it's the December 12, 2024. You should have that.
I do.
Okay. And what I would like you to do is to also have available exhibits 35 and 36 and 37, because that's what we're going to do side by side comparisons. So let's start out with the foundation for this. Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes,
What is that opinion?
they're from dog bites, dog attack.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
Now, at the June 2024 voir dire hearing, the claim is that you didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog. So can you please go to tab 36, pages 1-30, line 13 to 1-31, line 1. Stop at 1-31, line 1. These were questions in response to what you were asked on direct by Mr. Jackson. And I would, with the court's permission, like you to read the question in the answer to what you actually testified to at that voir dire hearing. So please go to tab 36.
So can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object to this asinine line of questioning. It is an unbearable scorcher Savannah day here in Massachusetts, and I do not believe that we need to subject ourselves to this ridiculousness any further, Your Honor. No. Dude, this is the biggest waste of fucking taxpayer time and money, dude. Like, this is so fucking ridiculous. I mean, look at her. She just has to sit here and take this shit, you know? And not only that, she has to pay through the nose for it. Like, seriously. You know how much this is costing? Dude, that 12 hours where I raised fucking, what, $13,000, $12,000 for her defense? Dude, that's today. That's gone today, right there. Boom. Basically. Think about that. Fucking think about that. Like, as awesome as that was, understand that, like, this going into 2025, that's what this was all about. Going into 2025, people, like, she needs our support more than ever. Like, look at what's happening to her right now. Look at what these people, what this Hank Brennan asshole is doing right now. They're trying to drain her. We just have to make sure she doesn't get drained. It's so crazy. Yeah, just today, bro. 3 attorneys and an expert, flying out the expert and 1 attorney from across the country who's working, you know, pro bono, but that's just the 1 attorney. Hotels for them and all. Alan Jackson, who's based out of Los Angeles, who represented Kevin Spacey. Dude's not cheap. So wild, man.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Melissa D, thank you so much. When's the striptease to raise more shit? Listen, man, it took $5,000 to be raised in 10 minutes for me to fucking do that, and I still almost welched out on that shit. So your little $5 ain't gonna do it. That shit is not gonna happen. When's the striptease to raise more? Unreal. Ooh, what's that noise? No, yeah, I love that Crimes, Lines, and Lies is in here, shit talking people about convicting people with no evidence, and she's fucking made thousands off of the backs of
Dr.
spinning
Russell,
a narrative
first of all,
that
do
a
you recall
child's
in
parents
questions on
murdered her
cross
when we don't even know what happened to her?
the claim by Mr. Brennan,
Little Miss
or
High
the
and Mighty
statement
coming
his
in my
question
chat
by Mr.
talking
Brennan
shit when
that
she
you did
exploited
not
Summer
express
Wells for years.
certainty
The fuck out of
in
here.
response to Judge Cannoni's question about the certitude of your opinion. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall? Well, let's go and look exactly at what you said in response to the question that Mr. Brennan raised that was raised by the judge. If you could turn to Exhibit 36.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Tracy.
And if you could read page 1-51, lines 10 through 23. I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. Bear with me, I want to give you the correct citation. I want you to go to, did I say 37? I wanted to say 36. Did I say 36?
You said 36, but you said page 151. You might have meant page 131.
Right. That's what I want to go to, Your Honor, which I will. Okay.
Demi says, let's all give $5 to Karen Reed's defense right now.
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. This is going to be one of only 2 questions in this area.
Becca has
You
such
may
a
have meant
crush
page
on Alan
130.
Jackson.
That's where we started before we came to Cyber.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to do is to get to Your Honor's question. That's what I'm going to pull out.
My question was on page 151.
I'm sorry?
My question was on page 151.
150. Thank you, Your Honor.
Think Bev has the hots for Alan Jackson? Like, you think it's like I hate him. I hate him for.
Can you go to page 151 and read the questions from the court, Judge Cannoni, and what your answers were?
I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Yes, from line 10. The court, question. I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion? Answer, yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches. Question, do you know what kind of animal? Answer, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very reasonable, very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty. Very sure, high degree of medical certainty. Question, reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer, yes, definitely. Question, and another question.
No, that's
it.
That's it. Yep. Now, to be fair and accurate, has your opinion that the wounds to the right arm of the decedent were caused by a large dog attack strengthened from June of 2024 until now?
They have.
Why?
Well, because between then and now, my opinions have been challenged. And as any good doctor would do, they go back and reevaluate what they base their opinions on. And I did that. I reevaluated. I looked at the pictures again, the evidence again. I looked at peer review studies, and I was convinced that I was correct.
And had you looked at, what caused you to go look at the peer-reviewed studies? What were you doing?
Well, so I looked at the peer review studies, and I periodically would do that throughout my whole career in terms of dog bites. But I looked at the peer review studies again because I was asked, why I didn't write a report, and so I was asked to write a report.
Were you asked to write a report before in June of 2024?
No.
But you were asked to write a report after June of 2024.
Correct.
Now let's go to is this what doctors and scientists do? Go back and analyze a matter, especially when maybe there's a challenge, another doctor is a question, there's a peer review process, whatever it is that something that's common or uncommon in the medical community?
That's very common.
I only have a few more questions, Your Honor. I'm just looking at them to conclude. On cross, you were asked about whether you were aware of or whether you saw a need to peer review your opinions and conclusions in this matter. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that necessary?
No.
Why not?
Because there, first of all, there was no question in my mind that these were from dog bites.
And are there any persons that you're aware of in the entire country who have experience with emergency medicine and forensic pathology that you could even send it to for a peer review?
No, and that was the other issue, is I wouldn't even know who to send it to because I don't know of anybody with such experience.
I am going to, let's assume hypothetically that Mr. Walsh has stated that these injuries do not photographically appear to be described as puncture bite wounds and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are unspecific. Abrasions occur in body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skin knee. Do you find that analysis sufficient to evaluate whether the bite wounds in this, excuse me, the wounds from the right arm of the right arm of the decedent are from a dog or not?
No.
Why not?
Well, clearly that person, whoever wrote that, didn't even recognize the pattern. And so thus couldn't really even make that opinion and, just didn't recognize the features.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, do the facts that are used in any way support the conclusion that is stated?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or can you answer whether they do or they don't? Do the facts stated in that hypothetical support the conclusion that is made in that statement?
Actually, they don't.
Assume the same person said a vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Would you agree or disagree with that statement? Or the conclusion? Would you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
Would you please read it again?
Sure.
Sorry.
A vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree up until the point, the mention of the taillight.
But what is it that you agree with in that statement?
Well, I agree to the part that says that that it was insufficient to cause the injuries, the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, aside from that hypothetical question, what is your opinion of whether a motor vehicle caused the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Motor vehicle did not cause.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Are you aware that only microscopic pieces of plastic were found in the hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe as opposed to, quote, littered, end quote, aspects?
I am.
Are you aware of any evidence of littering of pieces of plastic or glass in the hoodie of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you aware that there was pig DNA found on the decedent? Are you aware?
Not on the decedent.
On any aspects of the decedent's clothing?
Yes.
Do you know, from your experience, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds, your many emergency room evaluations and treatments of them, whether or in your knowledge of dogs and dog dentition in general, are you aware of whether dogs eat any type of food or treat that has pig in it?
I'm aware that the dogs, some dogs eat treats that have the pig chews and other kinds of chews. And so yes, they do. Some dogs do eat things that contain pig.
Your Honor, just if you will, a point of information. I believe I'm done with my questions, and the reason why I say I believe I'm done.
Why don't you come to Cyber instead of having
Okay.
a discussion across the court?
Look at how she treats this guy. Like she's shitty as fuck to him, dude. Like, it's so ironic because she's treating Karen Reed's team like they're the ones that want to be there. That's what's mind-blowing about this whole thing. She's acting as though she has some sort of contempt for the defense because she has to be there and she shouldn't have to be there. It was her who called the bullshit mistrial the last time. It was her that approved this fucking farce in the first place. Especially this whole making Dr. Russell come out here and do this shit all over again. Like, that's on her. And basically, when Alessi asked her why, she basically said in so many words, because I fucking say so. Because I'm Bev and I can say and do whatever the fuck I want in my courtroom. That was basically her justification for it. And now she's acting like Karen Reed's defense team are wasting everyone's fucking time here. That's amazing, dude. Like, nobody sees how fucked this is, how ass backwards this is. Craziest shit I've ever seen, dude.
All right, so recross examination.
need a moment.
I'm holding Mr. Brennan up. I just
That's
want to
okay.
move my stuff and I'll be ready in a moment.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Lisi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. Do you remember? He just asked
Yes.
you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent John O'Keefe was documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the optical skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with, among other things, a backwards fall, unobstructed, unprotected falls due to various reasons and known to result in serious craniocerebral injuries resulting in death. Other mechanisms of injury cannot be excluded. Do you agree with that?
Objection.
I'm going to allow him to do it.
Do you agree with that part that you didn't hear of Mr. Walsh's opinion?
Yes.
The documented changes in color, swelling of soft tissue around the eyes are most consistent with the medical finding of periorbital ecchymosis, as documented in the autopsy report. Periorbital ecchymosis is a passive accumulation of blood around the eyes secondary to the documented skull fractures. These findings are less consistent with and are not documented as contusions of the eyes. The 1 centimeter laceration of the right upper eyelid, laceration of the anterior right tongue, and abrasion of the anterior and left aspect of the nose are documented, considered nonspecific, and may have occurred to a variety
Vacated?
of
Does that mean that
Yes.
the restraining
the two
order is
red
gone?
contusions on the dorsal
Done?
aspect of the right hand were documented. The hand injuries may represent an injury sustained during an unprotected
Thank you,
fall
Mike
in which
B.
the back of the hand impacts the ground. These hand injuries are nonspecific and may have resulted from impact of hand with any blunt object. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, but there are other mechanisms.
Okay.
This
When you
is so
talked about
good
those
for his
articles that
case.
Mr. Alisi had you read, there
This
is
is
nothing
so
that
good
details
for
what
his
pattern
case.
recognition analysis is, the specificity which you are looking for when you're looking for a wound, does it?
I disagree.
Okay. When you looked at that Exhibit 5, if you could pull that up, you said individually, none of those wounds could you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty were caused by a dog. It's only if you looked at them collectively.
Yes.
Okay. When you look at those collectively, it does not tell you the order in which the wounds were incurred, does it?
No.
It doesn't tell you if they're all incurred at the same time, does it?
They were occurred around the same time, I can tell you that.
Yes. But they don't tell you the order, the chronology, do they?
No.
No. In fact, when you look at the studies that you introduced with Mr. Alisi,
Yeah, I mean, this whole
talk about the
this
Munich one
guy's
very
whole
quickly.
fucking thing
There's
right
a
now
chart, page
is
298. It talks about the things you would want to do to
is
identify
like an
a
effort
wound.
to
It talks about scene investigation, doesn't it? In the
confuse.
chart, table 2.
That's a fatal case, though.
Scene investigation.
I'm going to
is
ask
something
you
would
a
look
bunch
for.
of irrelevant
That's
questions to
in a
make you
fatal
go,
case
I don't
caused
know.
By a dog.
I don't even know what that means.
The cause of death was the dog.
To
This
make her
whole
look
thing is
incompetent.
The whole excerpt is a fatal case that you're relying on for this pattern recognition analysis. This whole article is about a fatal case,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying.
Right. And in this fatal case that you're relying on to say this pattern recognition analysis, it points out scene investigation is the priority, doesn't it?
I think you misunderstand. The focus of that article is to identify the dog that caused the fatal injury. In this particular case, I don't believe any of those are fatal injury. That is not the purpose of the identification of those injuries.
Does the chart also say examination of the victim?
Excuse me?
Examination of the victim. Does it also say examination of the victim?
I don't have it in front of me anymore,
Well,
but
you relied on it. You don't remember
Yes.
this?
I think we have it. We don't have it.
do I have it? Oh, yeah, it's a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Table 2.
Okay.
Page 98, examination of the victim. You did not examine the victim, did you?
Hold on, let
Table
me try
2.
something.
Yes,
No.
table 2, page 90. And the last part is examination of the,
I examined photos.
the last part is examination of the dog. You did not examine Chloe, did you?
No.
Okay, so the 3 things in the table it tells you to do, you didn't do any 3 of those, not one of them.
Those, again, the purpose of this article was about the fatal, how to, the forensic approach to a fatal dog attack. We did not have a fatal dog attack here.
You didn't do any of those three things, did you?
No.
Okay. The shards in the sleeve, exactly where those wounds are, same area, same limb, right? The
That's what you
shards.
say.
How many shards were in that sweater?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm sorry, you said that's what you say, doctor? Is that what?
Yeah,
is
and
that
he-
what your
he
answer
said-
is?
Why the fuck would she know
Brennan
that?
said that the shards were in the exact same location as those wounds.
Okay,
And
let me
that's what-
rephrase that. The shards in the right arm of the sweater, the shards from the taillight that was
Mhm.
shattered.
Yes.
Those shards, how many were there? How many
I
microscopes?
believe there were only a couple.
Why do you believe there were only a couple? Where did you read that?
This is what I was told
This is you were told by who?
by defense.
Oh, so instead of looking at the actual criminalistics report, you simply rely
we're
on
gonna
what
get
they
into
tell
all
you to
that.
base your facts?
That's what I was told, yes.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to actually look at the criminalistics report and make your own determination objectively
can't
and
stop
medically
watching this
rather
right
than
now. This is
regurgitate a
crazy.
point of the defense?
Well, I was told, this morning you said that the sleeve was littered with glass. And I was told that it was not littered.
Have you ever looked at that criminalistics report for
I'd be
yourself?
happy to do so now.
I'm asking if you've ever looked at it before you offer this opinion.
No.
If the glass shards were in that sweater in the arm, and we know glass can cause a hole in a sweater and a fabric, can puncture it, and it can cause an abrasion to
See, the
skin.
thing
You've
is
done
we
any
all
testing
know
studies
that
to
means
rule out
shit
that the
because we
broken
know
taillight
how
was in
that
the
sweater was
arm
handled.
sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe. Did you do any studies to
Evidence-wise,
rule out that
the
it
chain
didn't
of
cause
custody
those
was
injuries?
fucked.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of it
I'm going on
matters. None of what he's saying matters because
The
of
glass
how
shards would
that
not have caused
sweater
the
was
round,
treated
all the
into
round
evidence.
wounds in the sweater. Those, excuse me, holes. The defects in the sweater mostly were round. They were not slit-like defects that I would expect with glass or plastic.
You're
And it's
telling
not
us that a
glass.
sharp piece of glass cannot cause a hole to a sweater.
No, I didn't say that.
I-
I said they
I-
would not,
It's
especially on multiple sites.
Like
the same exact
polycarbonate
type
or some
wound,
shit.
defect.
If the glass was shattered and the glass had a number of pointy edges, wouldn't you agree with me that can cause a number of punctures in somebody's arm if the glass went into the arm and then came out?
Yes, but they wouldn't look like that.
Right,
You don't have
exactly.
any past case of history to suggest what the glass shards would look like randomly when they hit somebody, do you?
That's incorrect. I have seen hundreds of motor vehicle
Thank you.
accident
Right.
victims who have been cut by glass. They don't look like that.
So from your perspective, the glass just remained dormant in the sweater but never protruded through the sweater and caused the abrasions. That's your opinion?
I didn't say
Your
that.
Honor, could we have a sidebar on this? Sure.
This is
I
crazy.
have no further questions. I'm good.
He's fucking badgering her. Like the thing is he's trying to trap her into saying, I don't think that glass or tail light was even found in the sweater. And if he traps her into saying some shit like that, he's trying to agitate her to get her to say something like that. Because if he does that, then he could say she has a personal opinion on this case. He could say she thinks that Karen Reed is being framed, and that is what's motivating her opinion that those are dog bites. That's what he's trying to get her to do. Because the fact of the matter is, if she were to, he tried to trap her into that a couple of times earlier, you remember? But think about it. If she goes, listen, from what I understand, the evidence being handled, the shirt and how it was handled, I mean, there was pictures of it laying on the hospital floor. Then this guy testified that it was in the trunk of his car.
To these shards,
for
and I
3
said
weeks.
glass shards in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater. A more accurate way to define it would be that these were plastic shards, the plastic covering of the taillight, not glass. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Dr.
So-
Russell, you are all set.
We're done?
We're done. You're done.
Thank God.
We're done. You're done. You can step down, doctor.
Thank you.
So there I mean, if she does that, if she mentions all that, they're gonna. He's opened the door right there to be able to go.
Council can.
Look at
if
how much
council
she's
really
looked into this
can
case.
Keep your, Mr. Lessie, if council really can keep your arguments to 15 or 20 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to pull them together, 5 or 10 minutes to pull them together.
Thank you very much, Your
I
Honor.
really
Alright.
can't keep the arguments.
All right, so I'll be back out at 3:15.
All rise, please.
So now they get to argue why she should be disqualified and argue why she should be admitted as an expert into the trial. So I guess what, 3:15, 10 minutes. So we got 10 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll take advantage of that right now real quick. And quick update with Aiden as of 4 p.m. Aiden as of 4 p.m. today, I think is when Aiden's protective order is lifted. This bullshit fake victim, that's it. And I really wish that we could like hear that hearing. I'd love to hear Aiden's testimony. I'd love to hear Mary's testimony. I'd love to hear Lindsay cross-examine Turtle Boy. But oh, can we tomorrow? Okay. And I'd love to have seen Grant get reprimanded by the judge. So now we got 10 minutes. I'll keep reading Turtle Boys. I'll keep reading Aiden's after David for this. And we now know, we love it because we now know that Aiden is now free of this bullshit with Lindsay anyway. The other stuff is still pending. The other 9 felony charges, those are still pending. But the thing is this is a win for that, because this was what took place. Those events are what got Turtle Boy locked in jail for 2 months. That's what happened. He got locked in jail for 2 months and he was set up. And he got to have this bullshit protective order lifted because there are witnesses. There are witnesses that are testifying, that testified today that Lindsay Gattani is a fucking psycho. Gets drunk, gets in a car, fucking drives her kids around, goes down the wrong way down one-way streets, and then fucking pulls a knife on people going down the right way. What in the fuck is going on with this chick? Dude. And someone with that kind of credibility and the information that is supposedly found in her phone and the stuff that is has been put in the Bedero letters, that stuff, along with this big move right here, is going to be a good look for Aiden's case. So yeah, I feel bad for those kids too, man. I do. I feel bad for those kids. But I mean, at least this is one less thing for Aiden, you know? I mean, constantly think about that. Think about how fucking scared, and he would never fucking really admit to it, but I mean, it'd be hard for anybody to. But think of how fucking scared you are all the time. Like you went to jail, cops, a fucking a special prosecutor and a fucking decorated dude with the Massachusetts State Police colluded with this person and Crusty Panties to get him locked up for 2 months, and it worked. And so to have a judge go, basically, yeah, this was all bullshit. This is, fuck all this. Get the fuck out of here. We're done. That's a big win. And how stupid do Grant's tweets sound now from earlier that I read? How stupid do those things sound now? I guess I'll wait till after they make their arguments, and then I'll read the rest of Aiden's after David. Oh yeah, man. I feel like the Reeds, Aiden, dude, the kind of suing that should be taking place soon. And I mean, Aiden is already saying, man, like, I'm already, dude, everybody who's fucking called me a fucking rapist, I'm fucking suing you, dude. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, well, why should he have to sit there and take that shit? Like, I get it. Any of us with even the smallest fucking YouTube channel, right? If you are in any way, shape, or form a public figure, just it depends. It doesn't matter to what degree. But any way, shape, or form a public figure, you are subject to criticism. That's going to happen. You're subject to criticism. It is what it is. You got to man up and take it. But you don't have to be lied on. That's something you don't have to take. You don't have to take being fucking lied on. If you're willing to fucking go take somebody to court, I mean, yeah, Ikenmel did the same thing. I mean, and it's crazy because he's suing Upchurch for it. Like, what? What? Yeah. And honestly, man, yeah, that's not breaking news, Haktua. Neither are you anymore. It's not breaking news. Yeah, we know. Josh Levy has stepped down. As of the 17th, Josh Levy will no longer be the United States Attorney's Office. And we're just hoping that his replacement, Mary Muran, will be taking over and spearheading this investigation to the Norfolk County DA's office, and justice will happen, hopefully. And I'm still it's still the fan. Grant running from the Popo. Man, I wish I could see that footage, dude. Like, as soon as I can get that shit, we're gonna watch Grant in that fucking courtroom get reprimanded. Dude, I don't know what's taking this shit so long. I mean, I want to read Turtle Boy's after David, but I know this is going to start like right now. They did say 3:15 anyway. It just turned 3:15. Like this shit, watching Hank Brennan do what he's doing, man, like everything that I've seen this guy do only solidifies what my original theory was as to why he was brought on by Michael Morrissey. That's the more and more I see this guy work, the more I think this dude is just a fucking goon. He's a fucking goon, dude. Like he was just like what he just did was just beat up on Dr. Russell for hours. For hours, this guy just sat up there and beat up on Dr. Russell. Like, and for no good reason. Like, and it didn't even, like, only the trolls, like Plevin, the fucking idiot, said something. Like, so stupid. Oh, look, and I think he saw Brennan at lunch. Dude. So, man, I hope he does it, dude. I think it was Nurse Kim's chat. God, I'm so sick of fucking being sick. There we go.
All right, did council have enough time to pull your thoughts together?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brennan, it's your motion, so I will hear you.
I agree with the judge, Mr. Brennan.
I'd like to start with a couple of very important cases for Your Honor's consideration. The first is one out of the District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case authored by Judge Gardner. It had to do with a soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there was an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion of a so-called match. The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, it's not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough because a subjective opinion.
It's right. Like, come on, dude.
Support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper. They can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something.
What are you talking about, dude? An astronomer is gonna fucking know.
The person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her.
Bro.
Not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury.
What?
She doesn't have the education. She doesn't have the
She doesn't have the
She doesn't have
education.
training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book. She doesn't have a study that teaches her how to. She never took a training. She never took a class.
Wow.
She never got a degree or certificate. She's looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty. And so there's nothing
Dude, how do
to
you
suggest
think
that whatever method she used,
how do you think shit gets discovered, dude?
despite many questions of asking
How do you
her
think science
what her
is
methodology is,
happen?
other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity, what is the standard, and we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Cromwell versus Rintala, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill, and this is could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience.
I'll bet you anything
Past experience about
that this guy puts a bag over his head when he
Dr.
jerks
Russell
off.
did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that were reported as dog bites.
I'll bet you anything.
Person with a
Fucking
past
put the
experience with
plastic
paint
bag
spills.
over his fucking head.
The court was very specific in Ronaldo about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said
Sits
that
on a
just
high heels.
because a witness has experience or particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs.
I have no evidence to back this up.
In Ronaldo,
Just saying. It's just a theory.
Thank you.
It's just a theory. That's all.
Direct the court to page 39. And it talks about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem, why this case was reversed, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. It's like Cromwell versus Franceschi. I'm probably saying that wrong as well.
I'm just saying.
Is while training and
I feel like he's like
the expert referred, might
he's
have
the
taught
guy
the
who
expert
gets a hooker
methodology. It is
and then
not
like
itself
gets
the
off on
methodology.
like putting little
And so
cuts
while
on her
Dr.
all the
Russell may
time.
have taught herself
What are you
and
scared of me
she's
for?
interested
You're not
in
scared of me,
dog
are
bites,
you?
It is no methodology.
It's just a little cut. It's just a little knife. You're not
Defense
scared of me, are
introduced
you?
a couple of
Come here.
articles. Those articles
He's that fucking
describe
guy.
or lay out the methodology for identifying dog bites.
Pimp beats him up,
They
pays
don't
him a bunch of
provide
money
standard.
so he doesn't
They
beat him
do
up.
not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked.
I'm
because
telling
it's
you,
not
dude.
factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard of methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at
She's
the
not there to
entire
say it with
series
certainty,
of
though.
wounds,
She wasn't.
that
She's,
equals a dog
who
attack.
says that she has
There's
to
no
say it with a
reason why
certainty?
we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack. other
Let
than
the
just
jury
because she said
decide
so.
whether or not her opinion
That can't be
is
challenged
valid
because
enough.
there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is you have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of that. If she is now saying that these are dog bites and they're not scratches, and she's changed her, that impliedly concedes that her testimony.
And I'll keep an eye out.
For which she was allowed to
Try to
testify
stay
as an
on
expert,
if
not only was inaccurate,
Aiden ends
not
up
only
on Howie
unsure,
Carr.
but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and they later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support. And she does not. There is no doubt about one thing. She has no idea. When I walked her through,
This guy's such an asshole. I fucking hate this guy,
I invited
dude.
her to explain to your honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the admissibility. None. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything.
None.
Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite,
What the fuck are you talking
there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have had to be a baby dog or a different dog or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or detention or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from a scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved. But yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this. None. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches. All 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides. Or maybe
Right.
there was a 4-point canine in the smaller
Thank
fraction
you,
of
Katie.
number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say
Defies
the
common
same dog
sense.
caused
Defies
wound number 3,
common
point 1 and
sense.
2, with the so-called punctures, and cause number 1 and number 2. Again, you can simply look.
Cost me to go number 2.
Canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move.
You
change
big
the angle,
dummy.
The depth. The canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack, but then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. there is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim it's a dog bite. Not just that there was no opportunity and that there was no dog that touched her, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is
you're a piece of shit.
physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA or manipulation or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the criminalistic reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel.
She's a doctor, dude.
Dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support. And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact,
this guy's an asshole
to just provide an opinion. Knowing there is no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite, having the free reign of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support as a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they
look at Lally just sitting there fucking.
Because when you look at those different wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites,
Watching his wife get
you
fucked.
can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0
Lally's
value.
just gotta sit there,
So
dude.
5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does nothing for us. Even the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis.
The fuck is with his hair? Like last time his hair looked okay. You know? What the fuck's he doing?
We should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the opinion on dog bites, she is in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding to car accidents. She may have been a police officer. She treats injuries at the hospital. She is not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done a reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe. She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box. She didn't consider the speed. She doesn't know the angle of the collision. She doesn't know what Mr. Keefe was doing in his last moment.
She's not supposed
She has no
to.
idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be, and it's consistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality and say this couldn't have been a car collision.
I got you.
It's funny that it's information she considered.
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
On what people tell her. They come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog. They rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I clipped him.
Why
Maybe
is
I
he
hit him.
allowed
Maybe he
to
dropped his
present
phone, whatever the
the
statements were.
case?
All the various statements. An expert like her,
Like, isn't this
would consider the witness statements to
something you're not
determine
supposed
the
to be
cause of
doing?
mechanic injury.
Is
so for her to take the stand,
basically arguing
and suggest for a moment
the state's
that this
case?
was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact. It's repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works. And so when we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country who can even do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. And as much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory,
yeah, I guess
she does
that
not
could
have
be
the
argued.
credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't
If
even
Melanie
take the
says
basic
so.
steps that you see in some of the literature.
Yeah, makes sense.
Of going
I
to
guess.
the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done molds, and she says they told her, and she tried to fight with every posturing angle that may be important, but she didn't need to do that. I dare say, if she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't. She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the methodology. Her willingness to tell opinions that are speculative, factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA. There is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence.
There was no
And she can't
plastic
describe
shards
any
in his arm.
methodology because there is no.
There was no plastic
And she,
shards in his
most
arm.
importantly, has
What do you
changed
mean?
her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not let that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lessie.
Wow. This guy's full of shit.
The greatest danger to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side. That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it? It doesn't exist.
Woo!
I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced. It's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I marked it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing.
Judge, I'm going to
January
destroy
20th
Hank Brennan right
transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard.
Boom. So that's Fancy Bev talking right there.
The level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law. Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Rottola case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent, because what does Rottola stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony. What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm.
That's it.
I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vail that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified, to me, is 100% her favor, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified, and that's the crucial inquiry.
Exactly.
What's the second prong of the inquiry?
This dude is amazing.
After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees, and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job and province of a jury to determine whether, assuming
look at
Mr.
how
Brennan
quick y'all got
gets
thirsty.
A doctor
like, yeah.
to come in and encounter Dr. Russell. It's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the
look how
focus
quick
of this
y'all got
hearing,
thirsty.
why are we here? The second point is the methodology. Mr. Brennan, 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. Munich and Pollock. And we walked through, with your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific
I love this guy.
Sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic.
Kiss ass in there.
This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition. And Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the Munich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound. And he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross. Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Munich, say that pattern is pathognomonic. You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did, because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases.
Bro, this dude is amazing.
Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc. But interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert, Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case, we cite Brinker, that Mr. Brennan didn't address, is a federal court case in Indiana where same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases.
Look at this guy. This guy's just got his shit together.
Mr. Brennan's
I love it.
hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience.
We're more than
You gotta have
halfway
something
through
more
another 12-hour stream,
We
y'all.
cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case.
I'm kidding.
And I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case. I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case. I've already given you 2.
I know. I was
but
just
a
thinking that,
firearm
Barry.
examiner in that case. The court said, a judge, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience,
Dude,
read on,
you know what she
to
looks like,
determine
dude?
reliability.
She looks like the fucking
All right?
Necronomicon.
So even in
She looks like the book
situations where
from Evil
courts
Dead,
have
bro.
repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc.,
She
they
looks like
get
the
to testify
Necronomicon.
with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever. And in the 2 cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for what the position is of the defense with regard to methodology. And that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here.
The Book of the Dead.
Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology. There's a pattern methodology. She testified to it. And the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge
Big
to
law.
whether the defense
Appreciate
can
it.
put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor is required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts. I also, your honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers, which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, or excuse me, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine
Look at Alan
bites
Jackson.
or claw marks,
He's sleeping
veterinary medical science,
with his eyes open.
forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with your honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies on for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction, because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now, a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it. I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial. Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see.
Why did they object?
She never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it and sustained it and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover.
Wow, dude.
A couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He
that's why they're there.
Kept saying,
and he didn't object
can't be
to that?
equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to.
Exactly.
The Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination.
Yes.
As Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper
up to the jury to
see
decide
whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now.
I can't believe this guy's working for free.
Basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunick and Pollack. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident. And she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Corcoran. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied, beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day
trial
in court.
We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is, also, I don't know if it's docketed, but I filed a notice to the court
regarding my concerns about ARPA witnesses, and the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date, and I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
All right. So let's set a date for a Daubert hearing.
Jesus, dude, really?
Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing, you mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can
Well, I can't-
set
I
it,
can't do it tomorrow.
or, well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr.
No,
Jackson?
we just
Then-
got this on January 31st.
Okay.
We've not had an opportunity to respond to it.
December 31st, probably.
What did I say?
January.
Yes. New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect
Okay.
to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple of weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting the motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're sticking with that April 1st trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
You know, so what I'm saying is file your paperwork.
Okay.
All right, we'll set a date for a hearing.
Okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them
Okay,
on
okay,
Mondays or
that's fine.
Fridays for you,
Misunderstood.
thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so.
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all council have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in
Right.
our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just that you said you're filing.
The only one he's got is for Rick Green.
What did you file a
Good for
notice
you,
that
Ed.
you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARPA witness suspect failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay.
It's compliance with Rule 14.
Okay, so
Notably-
that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that I'm supposed to expect next week.
Okay.
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
Okay.
Call her, baby boy. We're almost done, buddy. Alan Jackson said, no. She was like, are you ready to do that right now, today? My man was like, no, dude. We just got that shit. What the fuck are you talking about? It's fucking wild, man. I can't even believe this is even happening still. Like the fact that Bev even entertained it. And I love what Alessi did here. Alessi like owned that shit just now. This dude is legit, man. This dude is for real. Like this dude came to fuck. Straight up. Like this dude came to fuck. Like, because he basically by the way that he explained why Judge Bev herself should make sure to allow her to be qualified, he read back to her own words from the last trial. Like this, you said this shit. And now all of a sudden there's a question. Yeah, exactly, Richie. Exactly. I love this shit. Like, I mean, I hate it, but I love it. You know? Dude, like I'm dying to see Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, and Alessi just mop the fucking floor with Hank Brennan. Because Hank Brennan, man, like we saw his chops today. This guy, what his fucking MO is he's a fucking defense attorney, dude. What he does is he creates smoke and mirrors. A lot of drama, asks a lot of questions that he can get away with asking, but somehow are irrelevant. They're designed to distract from the actual issue as to why we're there. He was asking, 90% of the questions he was asking Dr. Russell were bullshit. Like smoke and mirrors, just a bunch of distractions from the actual issue. Annabelle Stealth, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, just a whole lot of nothing with a whole lot of oomph to it. He kept getting louder and acting like he was so passionate, saying, how does she get to say this and how does she get to say that? Provided no methodology. What do you mean? And then this guy, unless he gets up there and he explains 100%, he explains exactly where the methodology was that they cited. Yeah, this dude just went in there like, unless he was just like, yeah, that was a real nice performance pretty much, but this is why it was bullshit. And I love that he pointed out, he was like, dude, the whole reason we're here, right, is to question whether or not this woman is qualified, right? Whether she's qualified. And this guy, Brennan, doesn't even object. He's got Lally sitting in the back seat, who even he didn't fuck this up in the last trial and objected to this. And Brennan doesn't object to it. So Brennan basically waives why they're even there. And he's got Lally, who's actually doesn't drop that simple of a ball. It's practically got glue on it. And he's got Lally sitting in the back seat.
Clear. The 31st will be oral argument at 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day. And February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, please.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh. All right, let's check in with Tom. Let's see if is Aiden going to be on Howie Carr today? And he posted, restraining order denied. Thank you to everyone who showed up to support me through this very difficult testimony today, in which I had to relive a series of traumatic events. Thank you to my lawyer, Tim Bradle, for doing an amazing job today. The existence of this order made me live in a constant fear of going back to jail. It is huge relief to be able to move on with my life on what truly matters. Way to go, Aiden. Good for you, buddy. Good for you, man. Let's check in with Tom. Tom and Mike.
Stop it.
What a day, Tom! I just never thought we did
I
9
mean,
hours.
Think about it,
9
right?
hours. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations to Aiden.
Yeah.
Congratulations to
Karen.
Congratulations to Canton 9.
Scott McGinnis.
Yeah, what happened with Canton 9?
They're friggin' getting dropped. They threw it out.
I thought that happened a long time ago.
Helena Rafferty can't do anything about it anymore.
I don't think so. Supreme Judicial Court chucked it.
Stop what you're doing and give Tom and Mike a like. I just
So
dropped
the
a like in the
31st,
chat,
all
folks.
right?
Dr. Green, docket, check.
And it's going to be a full day, she said, Friday.
I heard something about Mondays and Tuesdays and Fridays, or Mondays and Fridays or something.
Yeah, Mondays and Fridays work well for Alan Jackson. So on the 30th, we have Stoughton District Court. We have White. So Thursday, on the 30th, we have Whitey going to court.
Who's in court Thursday?
Whitey.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Whitey.
Oh, Whitey, this Thursday?
No, 30th.
Okay. What's this Thursday this week? Joseph came, the membership man. Look at this guy, Mike.
What
wow,
Whitey?
Joseph, thank you.
Whitey who?
I have the 10th with Turtle Boy. Morrissey's emails.
Yep, that's what it is.
All right. So on the 30th, you have Whitey, and then on the 31st, you have Karen at the end of the month.
James Whitey.
Yeah.
And she's sticking to the April 1st court date start.
Chief Rafferty does suck.
Fuck that.
Wow. Yeah, Aiden's tweet, the Commonwealth has no evidence whatsoever that Hank Brennan met Chloe.
None. Zero.
And they did not allow anybody from the defense to see Chloe, and will not provide the location of the now twice rehomed dog. The entire claim is a trust me, bro. So true. So true.
I am Jack's
well, if they found
complete
Chloe,
lack
wouldn't they have to
of
turn
surprise.
Chloe over?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
No Chloe. Unless Chloe's in.
I am Jack's complete lack of surprise.
K9 protection.
Morrissey's office. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. And I got to tip my cap to Dr. Russell, man. She did great. She did
a wonderful job today, considering everything.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yep. I guess you're right. I guess you could dig up a dead dog and take a mold of its mouth. I guess you could do that. That's
but you got to produce the dogs.
Yeah, you're right.
Like physical.
Oh God.
I know.
Chloe's in a room. Joseph King, another membership. Jesus, man. Thanks.
Wow. Thank you, my friend. Wow.
Oh.
There she is.
She's coming out?
Yep. Holding the door for people. Holding the door for this freaking scumbag lawyer. Look at this guy. Karen held the door for that guy. That guy right there.
Oh, Jesus.
My man. My guy. Fuck you.
Is that Kevin Reddington?
Fuck you.
Oh no, that's not.
There we go.
That Jill Daniels.
There we go.
Lawyer? Was that Jill Daniels' lawyer?
Alan, I want you to play with your Callie. Nice to see you. Karen, can I get a quick picture? Thank you so much.
Oh, that's nice.
Where
of
is
her.
she?
Gotcha. A screenshot. I got a screenshot of you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Russell. I got a screenshot for you. Someone will take a screenshot, right, people?
Dr. Russell.
I don't.
Ridiculous. It feels like a tape. I don't know. Thank you for all your hard work. Pull back. I'm the running back.
Karen, do you have just like leaving the office? Any concern for your investigation? None? No. Okay. Do you have any indication of if anything's coming? None. I wish I did. Neither do we.
Joseph King just throwing the membership up there. Thanks, buddy.
You're getting to Allen today.
I feel stronger every day. It's great support. I'm here and I'm well. I feel blessed every day. Are you glad you have that extra time to prepare for trial? Time is always good. Time is always good. We have so much work to do, and now we have trial transcripts on top of state grand jury, federal grand jury, police reports. So tons. We do 4 years, not 3 months. But I'm appreciative that we have it.
I know you probably can't get into strategy, but is there anything you're going to be doing differently this retrial?
We're going to retool everything. It's maybe some things will stay similar, but we're going to shuffle a lot of things around. We've been open and listening to all the feedback we've gotten, positive and negative, and rejection, and what resonated, what didn't. We've been fortunate enough to hear from jurors. Doesn't always happen. Oh, what kind of feedback you got? Just what's been in the public forum.
How are you feeling about things in the day? Are you happy?
Strong always, Jonathan. Yes, I'm happy.
Is April 1 the right date for the trial?
Number 2026 is better, but I'm glad for the continuance.
So you can get everything together.
Yes.
How do you think Dr. Russell did?
Fella. Oh,
He's thought.
Yeah.
What do you think about Mr. Brennan so far?
What do I think of Mr. Brennan?
Let's get the car.
Be careful, it's cold out. Stay warm, guys. Good job today.
I want to see what she said there.
I will plead the fifth.
I will plead the fifth. What do you think of Mr. Brennan? She said, I will plead the fifth. I mean,
no doubt. You guys hear that? You guys hear Karen?
Yeah, we did.
Man. That lady just telling you, man. She just
Friday, Tom?
Yeah. Definitely Friday.
Tell Scott, thank you.
Scott, thank you.
Yeah.
Scott, be good, be safe.
Yep.
Have a good ride home, all right, my friend?
Well, what a day, man.
Oh, it's not even over yet.
I know,
Oh.
but you gotta drive. So
Yeah.
listen, we're gonna be on in the morning, members only, doing a recap of all this footage we have, and Tom did a great job, man. 2 court cases.
Yeah, guys, make sure to
2
sub up.
interviews. You got them both. Man,
Yeah, hustle today.
you did, bro. You earned your paycheck today. I tell you. Holy
Yeah,
shit,
speaking
dude.
about everyone that donated, I missed you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyone that's ever donated, I'm sorry. I
Absolutely.
missed the donation. I can't see.
Yeah, guys, make sure to sub up to those guys. Make sure to give the video we just watched a like. I mean, that's incredible fucking coverage that Tom got right there. Tom's always out there just doing it. So yeah, so just to lead things, man, just to get things going, man. You know, if you guys can do anything, man, help out. Just think about how much today's bullshit costs. That team of lawyers. You know what I mean? So I threw in a hundo. If you guys could just throw in $5, $1 to Karen Reed's defense fund, I know that she would very much appreciate it. Her and the Reed family were very grateful for the all the donations to the 12-hour stream, and we're getting a glimpse of how things are looking in the future. So 2025 is going to be, tough. But right now they need us more than ever. Reed family needs us more than ever right now. So, all right, let me, I didn't see if, man, great day for Aiden. I love it. Finally. Great day for Aiden. I'm really happy for him. I'm really glad that happened. And so Aiden just posted 25 minutes ago, for your information, the Commonwealth has no evidence whatsoever that Hank Brennan met Chloe. They did not allow anyone from the defense to see Chloe and will not provide the location of the now twice rehomed dog. Their entire claim is, trust me, bro. Yeah, man. Long day, but a good one. Alessi made all of it worth it. Sitting through all of that shit today, Alessi just came in and just fucking just quick ER surgery, a legal equivalent to it. It was amazing. You gotta love this guy. You gotta absolutely love this guy.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you? Oh, man, I hope I get to see Grant. I hope I get to see footage of Grant getting booted out of that courtroom. Oh my God. Anyways, thank you so much, Crooked Halo. Thanks to all of you guys. Hey, if you are not subscribed, man, please subscribe right now. Double check and see if you were unsubscribed or something, because that does happen. But make sure, because I am not far. I think I need maybe like 45 more subs to hit 41,000. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. It would be great. I would really appreciate it. And make sure to hit the like if you haven't already. That's free. And thank you guys so much for all of the support. You guys were amazing. Thank you for hanging out with me all day long. Had a great time. I love it. I love hanging out with you guys. Thank you guys for everything. Law girls, not attorneys. Okay. All right. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Alessi was amazing. So I'm really impressed. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me again all day. You guys are great. I am really, really, really grateful to you guys for that. And yeah, man. Where is this thing to close me out? My shit's all weird now. I don't know what happened. It went in some different order. But anyways, guys, I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.